Hold on. One second, I'm still having some minor issues here. Nope, nope. Okay. I think it's working now. Okay, so for some reason this always seems to happen on patch day, but we'll just excuse it as a patch day shenanigans and leave it at that. Okay. Alright, that being said, we're going to be spoiler heavy going forward from here, so you have been warned. If the big spoiler tag in the title didn't give that away. But here we go. Back to Solution 9 to meet up with everybody. Doing one more quick check of my volumes here, so... Alright. Gee, where's the NPC at? Hello, Alphino. With the winds. Alphino has something he wishes to tell you.
Every day, more and more people regain their memories of their lost loved ones. No longer will beings like Calix be able to manipulate their fear and ignorance as he once did. That being the case, Alize and I have come to a decision.
We will depart Tural in the coming days. Other nations must be informed about Alexandria, a necessary step to ensure lasting peace. Then, we shall return to Garlemald. Our experiences here should serve us well in the ongoing restoration efforts.
Exit stage right.
However, one pressing matter remains. Calix's summoning ritual was tied to a concept of his own creation. Ascian involvement is assured, but we have yet to ascertain the extent of their influence on the Ninth.
That's the big mystery, isn't it?
I have done what I can to treat the enthralled and those still afflicted with Levin sickness, and may now devote my undivided attention to an investigation.
Then we shall leave this one in your capable hands. Do let us know if you turn anything up.
It's Erenville. My time in Tural is at an end, and so I'm headed to the harbor now. We'll meet again, of that I'm certain. Until then, I wish you safe travels.
Promise you'll look after yourself.
Words of caution from you, of all people. Hey! What do you think you're doing?
Sorry to interrupt, but I thought you'd like to know. I've detained the fugitive. He promises to tell us before he sets sail only to try and sneak aboard his boat with Mariaha goodbye. Old bastard. But there's still time before they weigh anchor.
That boy. We should make for the harbor ere he wriggles free of Lamachi's grasp.
If we're heading the same way, we might join him on the ship. Good company is always welcome on a long voyage, is it not?
What? Now? I haven't finished packing.
Knowing you, the essentials are already accounted for.
Oh. Fine, if we must. But you're helping pack the rest. And I hope you've decided on a souvenir for use.
I have several ideas, as it happens.
Yeah, but it's time to thin out the cast for a bit.
In purpose, if not execution.
Lest you wonder, Kryl and I intend to remain here with Y'shtola.
To continue our study of the key, naturally. By all accounts, Preservation's facility promises to yield some answers.
Shale has been conducting a more thorough examination. She may have insights to share. Then why not invite her along to see everyone off? Surely she'd want to be there too.
Yeah, that would definitely explain why Alphino and Alizé aren't featured much in the trailer. They're going to exit stage right. Which, to be fair, is something that kind of had to happen anyway. One of Dawn Trail's issues has been the way the Scions have been kind of utilized, and the fact that there's simply too many of them. And it feels like the development team wasn't quite ready to let some of them just kind of fade back into the background, which, fair enough. I mean, the cast has gotten so big to this point where it's like, well, they can't all be there all the time either. Sorry, I'm trying to fix something here. I'm not staying in my box. Really? Again? God damn it. Well. Maybe one of those mornings, isn't it? Well, I have to reset VTube Studio here real quick, so I guess this is fine. I'm still having things that aren't responding. Isn't anything working? Let's see. Why is there so much scuff? I think at this point I have so many things running in so many different modes because I've had to grant admin permissions to so many things that it's not communicating properly. Oh, bear with me here. Okay, I think it's finally working. Oh boy. Oh, why? Alright, let's head to the back rooms. Finally get going on this. I'm just double checking Twitch and YouTube real quick to make sure there isn't any other hiccups that I'm not seeing. Okay. Let's head to the back rooms. Yes, please. Do you have anything new to say? I don't think that was any different from before. I am told that Shale is the new leader of Oblivion. There is none better suited to carry on Kala's and Geode's legacy. Eager as ever, Harafano, I do hope he has his thoughts this through, particularly where his sister's wrath is concerned. You may know full well that no amount of complaint will dissuade him, but that doesn't mean she won't give him an earful. Sorry. A moment. Feels like an age since we last met here. Has it been? It comforts me to know some of you will be staying. I would feel rather bereft if you all should go at once. What's news, Kari? I can't imagine bringing an entourage simply to say hello. This and this, that and that. Eager to be on their way, are they? I'll join you. I owe them thanks on behalf of Oblivion, after all. And there, I thought you would protest against being parted from your work. While I am curious to see what emerges once every piece of the puzzle's in place, the majority of the files were unearthed and are encrypted. There's little else I can do until the computer finishes with them. Besides, unlike our friends, containment complex 1029 isn't going anywhere. In other words, we won't be able to get any answers today. Afraid not. It's going to be a while yet. And we shall depart for Tuliyola forthwith. Even Lamati's strength has its limits. Without further delay, then. All right. Yeah, it's like one shift or the other. I can't make it work the way I want to, but I better just stop fiddling with it and just go with it. I keep fretting over every little detail of my stream today. I'm not going to get anything done. Oh, gee, I wonder where the MSQ is. The giant crowd there. Raha seems preoccupied with a matter of great import. Perhaps he is contemplating a pair to Lamine for their safe passage. What sort of taco should I get on the way back, do you think? The aroma is certainly too tantalizing to ignore. Despite her protestations, I have no doubt Alice will keep us waiting long. While we wish we had some of this breeze inside the dome, perhaps we could simulate it, but there's no substitute for the real thing. Cleola is a delight to look upon. They hang powdered cloths where we might use neon. The city feels no less bright. Kona and Guluja was not able to make it, but they both send their regards. I wish you all would not make such a fuss. I am not fond of emotional partings. At least Alphino and Alice were considerate enough to inform me of their plans advanced by Link Pro, but some people we know would burst out of the crate mid-voyage. At any rate, I shall wait here until they finish their preparations.
There they are.
You look well. No lingering effects, then?
Ah, I'm hale as ever. And busy with work.
I imagine there's no shortage of affairs to put in order. Are Kona and Galulja faring well?
Kona is off to survey our nation and its peoples. He wants to consult with local representatives and hear their thoughts on our policies.
Seems like a thing for him to do.
Taken to his training. I feel like he's been spending more time with the Landsguard than me lately.
Fair enough.
Standing here, I cannot help but remember the day of our arrival in Tuliolol. The rite of succession feels so long ago.
We knew not of what would happen between my father and Zorolja, nor of Alexandria and its queen. It was to aid a naive claimant that you came to Tural. But you've done so much more for me. For the entire nation of Tuliyola. We owe you a greater debt than we can ever repay. But that doesn't mean we can't try. Whenever you need an ally, we'll stand with you.
Allow me to echo that sentiment. Not only were you kind to me when I awakened a stranger in my own land, you extended your grace to Alexandria again and again. And on behalf of myself and my people, thank you for curing the ailment that for centuries tormented us. I'll look forward to our next visit. I'm sure we'll have exciting stories to share with one another.
Ever since I introduced you to Wuklamat, you've faced no end of hardships. Many of them her fault. Yet I feel no remorse, only gratitude. For without your aid, I would not have had the chance to say goodbye. Nor vowed to explore every corner of the world. To see what we haven't seen. Shall we?
Yeah, we're basically setting up the necessary step at this point where we leave. We have these nations set up as we always leave for the next plot so they can operate on their own.
Make it a priority to visit Tataru and assuage her myriad fears.
I expect the sight of you two will be a balm for her worry-laden heart.
Safe journey, and remember to enjoy it.
Give my regards to Oblivion. And thank you for all you did for my mother.
Come back soon!
Take care!
That was a proper send-off. Now, time to get back to it.
Duty ever calls for she who loves her realm.
Right? Though, if you need a break, you're always welcome to visit Tuliyola. I'll give you the grand tour. I guess they're really over. Your adventures in Tural. I'll remember our time together for the rest of my days.
Aha! Power resolve spotted! Everybody's looking for you. It's sparring time.
Oh, good thing you're here then. Can't miss that.
So let's go already. Everyone's waiting to see the vow resolve in action.
Sorry, I have to go. Till next time.
Big dragged off stage right. Or stage left, I guess, in this case.
And thus do they take to the winds.
To follow their own paths in their hearts, as they should.
Yep, we're just setting up Tyrol and Alexandria to basically be able to move on without us. As we do in every expansion. Now the core of the plot actually begins. Got rid of some characters, now time to move on. I'm glad I got the chance to see him off. Chikala would be glad too. For our many meetings and partings, we have few opportunities to properly say our farewells. 'Twas pleasure to take time for it. Though I delight in companionships, solo journeys too have their appeal, and traveling by sea is relaxing. With Alice and Alphino spreading the word of Alexandria, we'll soon have to make the chance to establish relations with other nations. I must make ready to treat with their leaders. Now it is our turn to take the next step. The question is in what direction, and that is a matter I should like to discuss with you. Okay, it's all same dialogue. Through the thunder, Ryle has a proposal to make. If I may, I think it is prudent to discuss our future plans elsewhere. We are liable to hinder the dock workers if we are to linger. Perhaps the beach would make an appropriate venue.
Tis truly a beautiful place, Tyrol.
An endless ocean and ever-changing sky. First time I saw them, I couldn't believe my eyes. It was like I was walking among images from our oldest records. And beyond that horizon are more lands and more people. That one I still struggle to imagine.
They've been in their dome for 400 years, unable to interact with anything else, so...
We ourselves hail from beyond that horizon, in fact. Rather, most of us do. I merely thought I did. Oh, that's right. I can only imagine how it must have felt to learn you're a native of our world. The fact that I wasn't born in the land where I've spent most of my life has taken time to sink in. 'Twas not until I met my parents in living memory that the truth of my origin began to feel real. Your experience is not unlike mine. When first I awoke, the realm everyone spoke of sounded nothing like my own. I had to walk its streets, live and breathe it, before I could accept and embrace my new reality. And for me to embrace mine, I need to learn more about my people, the Milala. We should come upon more information in the course of studying the key, but as Shale's investigation of the containment complex is still ongoing, would you mind if we sought a different avenue of inquiry into the history of the Ninth?
I have no objection. What we learn will deepen our understanding of the broader picture.
Agreed. My curiosity extends well beyond our duty to assess Ascian influence.
If it is knowledge of the Ninth's past you seek, I have an idea where to begin. Alexandria was originally part of a landmass known as the Mist Continent. This continent had been left in ruins in the wake of the storm surge, with Alexandria the sole nation to survive the devastation. The calamity of lightning that ravaged the world.
Aye. Per the sources we recovered from the Underkeep, though the conflict between nations was destructive in its own right, it was Levin that dealt the final blow.
No place was spared its fury, and all was chaos in the castle town. We tried to evacuate the people in airships, Otis, the knights and I, but we couldn't save everyone.
Yeah, we kind of saw that firsthand.
Those who survived gathered within the barrier, and we took in as many foreign refugees as we could. Yet, despite the dangerous environment, our system showed that there were some few souls who ventured outside the barrier, into the lands beyond. Beyond? But we thought that was impossible. I was under the impression the star was scoured of life, that man could not survive outside the barrier.
Going by the records, the storm surge extended to every corner of the world. Nothing and nowhere was spared. If anyone did survive out there, it would have been an unimaginable trial.
And yet, those people must have been going somewhere. What if there was a refuge? A place that weathered the storm surge and rebuilt over the intervening 4 centuries?
Not implausible, considering usually these big calamities lead to rejoinings, but since no rejoining was performed in this case, it would have been left of whatever state it was in.
Living memory remains physically in the Ninth. If we seek a means of egress other than the portal connecting it to Alexandria, perhaps it might lead us to the Mist Continent. Living memory was not transported here despite being a top Everkeep, in which case it may have been a physically independent space all along.
Meaning, another point of egress could well exist.
And if it does, someone has to be maintaining it. The mechanical soldiers, for instance.
Shall we have a chat with them and see what they know? If it please your majesty. Will you accompany us? If we do land upon the Mist Continent, I would feel much more assured with you at our side.
Wouldn't miss it for 2 worlds.
I thought as much. Into the great unknown we go, then.
It's like you caught me with the word adventure here, so. You caught me with the term unknown place, so that's all it takes for the Warrior of Light. Yeah, Mistcontinent was where Alexandria was located in Final Fantasy IX, too, so that sort of makes sense. Mechanical soldiers won't hesitate to answer their queen. Let's hope they have useful information. Once conditions deteriorate past a certain point, an environment becomes antithetical to life, yet man is a resilient creature. If there is a way to survive, he shall surely find it. Outside of Alexandria, our knowledge of the Ninth is limited to the storm surge and passing mentions of Limburg. If that being the case, foray across the Mistcontinent would be an invaluable opportunity for discovery. Between the Ascians, the Key, and the Malala, there is much to learn. Surely we can turn up a clue to one mystery or another. Now that that's settled, I best be off. I still need to check for decryption errors periodically, so I can only step away for so long. With any luck, I'll have plenty to share the next time we meet. Until then, let the rest of us make for a potential foray and meet at the Lenome. Alright, off to living memory. Let's see where this all leads. Though my mind knows better, I still feel uncomfortable around these mechanical soldiers. I mean, that's fair. They've gone berserk multiple times in this plot. Bean is found as a suitable source of information, sparing you the duty for once. What, I don't have to go talk to 3 people first? Yeah, most are certainly less grim since the last time I visited. Welcome to Living Memory, allied to Her Majesty. How may I help you? This clerk has made itself available to answer our questions. Clerk XP0093. If one wishes to descend from the surface from here, how would one typically do so? Living Memory is currently detached from Everkeep and is operating independently while supported by its aerial suspension systems. Thus, both lift and Leno-based transit is currently unavailable. I apologize for the inconvenience. Despite its ability to remain aloft, perhaps Living Memory was never intended to function in this state indefinitely. If so, we're out of luck. Not necessarily. Lifts and Lenotes were probably likely the preferred modes of transportation, yet that does not preclude the existence of others. In the event of emergency, how would we evacuate this facility? Consulting emergency systems. Living Memory's airship remains prepared to deploy should evacuation be necessary. Would Your Majesty like to appropriate it? An airship? Yes, please, as soon as possible. With Your Majesty's authority, the vessel may be ready to launch without delay. Allow me a moment to execute the bypass protocols. So Living Memory is actually in the air. Okay. I don't know if that was ever made clear and I just missed that, or... Supposedly it's supposed to be atop of Everkeep, but it was never directly transported either, so... I'm not sure entirely how that's supposed to... As I thought now, what awaits us below, I wonder? Though I am nervous to what we might find below, I'm glad we found the means to get there. As a queen, I must bear witness to the truth. However terrible. Never occurred to me that we might be in an airship here. How fortuitous. With an airship, a large number of Alexandrians could be evacuated at once, regardless of the situation below. An excellent contingency. Safety tests have been successfully completed, heading to the Gate of Remembrance as its initial destination. Vessel is en route. I think the Gates of Remembrance was a place in Alexandria too, if I remember right, but my memory's not clear on that. I'm gonna play Final Fantasy IX again one day. I just haven't in a while. A barrel-like airship. Is that my ship? It was purpose-built for living memory. However, it was modeled after the vessel Your Majesty used during the Storm Surge era. A replica, still. It does me good to see it. I will deploy the gangway for boarding. This way, please. In order to reach the surface, we must pass through storm clouds. I advise you to brace for turbulence. Down, down we go. Oh. So Living Memory was put atop the Storm Surge. The Storm Surge is still going. Living Memory was just sat on top of it. This is where Alexandria was before it got teleported to the source. So Everkeep was like dead set in the middle of this place. The ward Alice gave me is reacting. Though not to the extent of the 13th, the etheric imbalance here is severe indeed. It does serve to impress upon one the marvels of the barrier. The lightning and heritage found is tame by comparison. Preventing them from getting that Levin sickness or whatever it is. A land where Levin reigns. The warning scale's truly a godsend for those of us without the blessing of light. Remind me to send my profound thanks to Vitra and the Hainish alchemist once more. The state of this reflection's ether is more dire than we anticipated. I should be surprised if the Asians had no hand in the war that wrought this. It's always been in their MO to stifle political and social tensions in order to initiate the necessary stuff, the necessary situations in order for the rejoinings to take place. Vader was once Alexandria. Sobering sight, to say the least, but I shan't turn back now. We've come this far. Beyond the mountains, despite the ominous landscape and persistent echoes of thunder, Krile is determined to press on. There are no structures nor any other signs of survivors that I can see. I suspect the crater made this area unsuitable for habitation due to the increased risk of flooding. And we shall look further afield. In what direction do you think we might find a settlement? If we are at the edge of Alexandrian territory now, the closest city would be Torino, should it survive. As a city-state built on a harbor, it was a nexus of trade and has remained neutral throughout the war. We Alexandrians always felt fortunate to have it as our neighbor, so to speak. Not unlike our Razahan. Ah yes, Alphino spoke of Razahan before. It's near the South Sea Isles, the Melanian homeland, correct? Funny enough, it was also Toronto where the Malala first founded a home in our world. Truly? Yes, and though the Malala population elsewhere grew, most continued to feel a strong connection to the city. I'd like to think some still remain there to this day. Clerk XP0093 is a ship capable of taking us to Torino. I shall run a flight simulation en route to Torino. One moment. Simulation complete. There is a 100% probability that the ship would suffer catastrophic mechanical failure prior to arrival due to the ambient lightning. My apologies. Oh, well, thank you for checking. If we cannot fly, then we shall have to walk. Torino lies behind the mountains, but there should be routes to spare us to have to climb. A cave system, for instance, assuming it hasn't collapsed, let us try there first. The place where my people first arrive, and I shall soon see it in person. Eager as I am to seek new discoveries, the prospect of walking in circles for days on end does not appeal to me. We are fortunate to have Speen. Of late, I've spent much of my time hunched over reports. A brisk trek across the wasteland shall make for a refreshing change of pace. And only in the size of $7 would that sound like a thing that you just do. The tunnel appears intact. We have no way of knowing what it's like further in. Mind you, stay alert for beasts as well. Given the barren surroundings, they're surely ravenous. Okay, it's dungeon time. Okay. I need a few minutes before we venture into the dungeon, so let's go ahead and take a quick break. We'll be right back. Okay. Gonna go ahead and do this dungeon via trust. It's kind of a... I speak commonly of the Milana's connection to Torino because my tutor, Hoopot, hailed from the city. Another reason I hoped it survived. I'm anxious and hopeful in equal measure. Here's a strange feeling. Whatever lies ahead shall give us more insight to the state of the Ninth. There should be little reason for anyone to have passed this way since Alexandria's displacement. Let's pray loose rocks are the worst we must contend with. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to do this with trust. This is a habit I've kind of started in the last few patches because experience day one dungeons has become less enjoyable with regular parties because of the rushing around people do. So yeah, we're going to do that again here. It'll also give me time to get used to the significant gunbreaker changes. Okay. Okay, so... yeah, I'm going to go with that. I'm going to go with those three this time. It's been a while since I've ran with Istola, so... alright. Ready, set. Go, go, Miss Wake. It's a Final Fantasy IX battle theme. Yes, it makes sense since we're on the 9th, so... it glows now. Yes, that's just when Bloodfest is active. I do love this rendition of Nine's battle theme, though. Okay, what do we got here? A lot of pillars. I have to block or absorb something here. Okay. I get it. Running out of rocks here. Should be nearing the other end. I see it, Torino. Something is amiss with that barrier. The irritated railway. Okay. Down we go. Upward and forward to the gate. Yeah, I'm gonna take a little used to because I see Gnashing Fang lighting up on my bar constantly. I keep wanting to press it when I don't need to be. Okay, what do we got here? Nothing stands out to me immediately upon looking at this thing, but... Okay, that's definitely sides. Well, that was the thing, wasn't it? Alright. Dig up. Up. Oh, I need to go spend those beforehand, but oh well, whatever. All right. Guess the barrier just isn't working correctly. Some stuff seems to be slipping in here. busy dealing with those. Same electro technology everywhere. Da, da, da. All right. Yeah, I'm so used to hitting Gnashing Fang as soon as I see it light up on my bar, but it's lighting up constantly now. All right, what do we got here? Survivor of Storms, Thundergust Griffin. All right. Let's do this. I don't know what you do, but we're going to find out. Let's see, we got orbs. Oh. Spam. Okay, about the lines. Whoa. Okay, lightning tornado. That can't be a good thing at all. Still a little confused on what that did exactly, but... Okay, it just adds additional lines that have to be avoided. I'm surprised I dodged that. That, as we say, is that. The 9 clear theme, of course. All right. Let's head out.
And the perimeter is clear. Good work, everyone. And a big thank you to our helpers, whoever you are. Now, we have a tiny bit of clearing up ahead of us. You know what to do.
Our helpers, were we being watched?
So, the city endures. And it is in much better shape than expected.
Yeah, somehow.
Impressive, considering the destruction without. The people here must have gone to great lengths to maintain all of this.
Especially given that it's been 400 years since the storm surge started.
Their barrier resembles that of Alexandria, though it is smaller in scale. And not quite as effective, if the breach we witnessed is any indication. I fear such incidents may be common here.
It requires a ridiculous amount of power to maintain.
It's been years since we've had visitors. I am Miaili, the Mayor of Treno. Allow me to welcome you to our city. And thank you for the assistance with our little monster problem just now. I ask your name, miss? Though I have an inkling I know it already.
But of course, I am Sphene of Alexandria.
As I thought. It truly beggars belief. I once heard the strangest of reports from one of ours who went to Alexandria, you see. That despite the intervening years, the Queen had not aged a day. And sure enough, I'd swear, you'd stepped out of an old oil portrait mere moments ago. You must forgive me.
It's a long story, lady. A very, very long story.
It is an honor to meet you, Your Majesty. I look forward to hearing the tale from your own lips. I imagine it won't be an easy one to tell. But please. What happened to Alexandria?
Boy, that is a complicated story to tell.
I see. From your perspective, it must have looked as though we were wiped from the face of the star.
One day, we lost all contact with our people in Alexandria. Scouting parties sent to investigate reported that not only the barrier, but Alexandria itself was gone. Nary a stone to mark where it had stood.
Back when they teleported the source.
What you must have gone through, not knowing what became of us. But know that Alexandria yet survives, albeit in a distant land. Her and her people. I can tell you the whole tale from beginning to end, but first, might I ask your permission to remain in Treno for a time?
Of course you can. You and your companions have already done us a great service, and are more than welcome to enjoy our hospitality.
Well, you need me back a few more monsters around. I can do that too, you know.
Now, how about we continue this at Town Hall? We needn't keep standing in the middle of the street.
I shall join them. Even with the precautions we've taken, it remains to be seen if Sphene's condition will remain stable. I suspect, however, that the rest of you would rather be out and about. Consider this my blessing.
In light of our purpose here, the tour of the city is indeed in order.
I presume you have no objection? With your permission, then. But before we go... Allow me to introduce myself as well. I am Cryo, and I hope to learn more of this city and its people. Would it offend if we were to ask a few questions? Perhaps as we work alongside you, aiding you in whatever ways you may require.
You needn't fret. Treno folk are as friendly as they come. As for aid, if you're willing, you might speak with my grandson Lummel. That was his voice you heard earlier. You'll find him serving herbal remedies to the others.
Thank you for your guidance. We shall seek him out first.
Yeah, that is definitely Treno's theme from 9.2. It's a much more softer version of it, though. Town Hall's impressive, isn't it? Bet you didn't guess the mayor actually lives there. These days, Mayana has also used it as emergency shelter. But the history book said it was originally an auction house. I reckon that's why it's so fancy. Okay, so that's supposed to be the Treno auction house then. This must be Le Mans. Heavens, I can still smell the herbaceous aroma from here. None of the locals we passed appeared terribly distressed. As being surmised, incursions must be a common occurrence. Why, if it isn't our new friends, thank you for making short work of our foes. If you have the trouble seeking me out, I can only assume it's for good reason. This and this, that and that. You want to help me out? Odd, but I'll consider it. But before anything else, though, I must insist you drink our signature remedy, Sleepless Rapacity. Everybody's a fan. You might find it a teensy touch too sour for your taste, but it'll set you all right. Just tip it down your throat. Okay, what are we drinking?
Well, what do you think? It's a traditional Malala recipe.
I mean, Kari has eaten much worse.
I'm put in mind of the gelatin I had at the studium. Nutritious, they assured me.
I can relate all too well. It's not unlike the syrup leader used to make. Black as pitch and sour as sin. Though, there's no better cure for fatigue.
You know, Raha, going to bed at a reasonable hour would be the best. Oh, that's... I do feel shockingly refreshed.
Perhaps it stimulates the body's ability to process ether and hastens regenerative functions.
Indeed, it does. It also counteracts some of the effects of excess lightning, and helps to calm the nerves besides.
Which is why you serve it whenever there's a breach in the barrier.
Why everybody is so calm.
Our Malala ancestors came from the lushest of lands, so they developed all sorts of natural remedies. We strive to carry on their traditions. And I'm sure you see why. Really hits the spot, doesn't it? Now, welcome to Treno.
Given the ability to counteract lightning's influence on the body, that remedy could surely be of use to the people of Alexandria as well. Certain Lumil would be more than happy to offer it to them. I see how drinking it would be unifying, and it is impressive they have maintained the tradition here so far away from Malala's native lands. Ah, I forgot to introduce myself, didn't I? Well, I'm Lumen, and that was me announcing our victory earlier, and since grandmother sent you to help with the repairs, you'll know I'm a grandson. I'm in charge of resolving any problems the people of Toronto may have. My favorite kinds of work include taste testing menu items, carrying medium-sized objects, and searching for lost possessions of immense value. Oh, and it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Alright. Around the city. Lamal's not ready yet to release you to the sweet meditations of manual labor. Ah, yes, the repairs. Are you certain you want to be put to work? You've come all this way to visit us. You must have more important things in mind, and you've already helped protect the city. Actually, our goal was to ascertain the precise state of the Mist Continent. The whole continent? Did you come from across the sea? Not exactly. We actually came from Alexandria. Alexandria, you're quite sure? No, of course you're sure. It would be rude of me to doubt you. It's not every day we get visitors, let alone from a nation that up and vanished. I know that must come as something of a shock. This is our first time in Treno. We would like to get to know the city and its people. That's why we propose lending a hand to those in need. I see, in that case. Would you help distribute this remedy to the rest of our people? Ordinarily, everybody would be come for a cup, but the fiends made quite a mess this time. Might be a while before some can step away from their work. Never fear, though. Their hands are ever busy. They'll be more than happy to spare a few words for fascinating folks from afar. We would appreciate this. Thank you, Lumal. The other one's doing me a favor. Honestly, here, take this batch. I'll deliver some to Town Hall so you can attend to the areas you haven't seen yet. Will do. Like Molly, the mold seems to be taken back at mentions of Alexandria. Perhaps their friends or loved ones had disappeared along with it. We can split up. We can spend more time speaking with locals while ensuring everyone receives the remedy promptly. Could you each take a portion? Of course, haven't had my fill of conversation yet. I too shall be glad to dole out a few servings. Wonderful. Let me divide this up. Kari, why don't you make rounds to the southern part of the city? Roha and I shall tend to the north. Alright, let's go and inquire some insights. Oh, I don't know you. Hello. Don't be offended, but this part of the street is off limits. Not only to you, of course. There's just a lot of damage, and it's dangerous for anybody to pass at the moment. In general, you should probably stay away from any of the streets that are in need of repair. Just a suggestion, but please do. Must be one of those survivors Lamole mentioned. Odd place to be visiting, though. Oh, you came to deliver the remedy? Thank you kindly. I was hauling beast carcasses in for processing and cropped a few good doses of discharge energy for my trouble. Brought on Levin sickness, something fierce. Still, we don't go hunting outside of the barrier, so we don't want to waste any parts of the creatures to find their way in. Pelts that are highly charged with lightning aether are the most valuable, of course. Tanning them with the right stuff, and they can turn into protective clothing that keeps you from being zapped. Beasts you fill will be put to good use. Thanks again. Collective fighter. You're that mighty monster slayer I saw earlier. It's an honor. And you brought Sleepless Rhapsody. Bless you. I'm dead on my feet after the battle. We usually don't have that many beasts breaking through at once. Practicing keeps one's skills sharp, though. So in a way, I'm glad for it. I learned a thing or two from watching you. Oh, I can hardly wait to get back to work on my Grimoire. I have a number of ideas for improving geometrics. The thoughtful application of new learning is what kept our ancestors' magic alive and flourishing. There's a fresh face if I ever saw one. What's that in your hand? Oh, don't mind if I do. Safety inspections take priority, but the battle doesn't feel over until I've had a cup of sleepless rhapsody. I'm proud to say that have some small part of preparing it too. The herbs come from my own growery. One of the greatest discoveries of our time is the seeds that carried in by an invading creature can be cultivated into remarkable plants. Plants with the potential to mitigate the lightning's effects. And with as many hides as we have this time, not to mention stomachs, it's entirely possible to find new variations of herbs among our harvests. Really made use of everything they can find in this place, haven't they? What's that over here? Dodos. Welcome, welcome newcomer. This is our little patch of pasture right here. We raise birds mostly. They give us a good supply of eggs and meat, but most importantly, their feathers make the softest pillows. Okay. Head back to the center. Finish your supply of the remedies as well, have you? I expect the scent will linger on our clothing for days. Between the three of us, we ought to have covered every area aside from Lamal's. One of the people I spoke with has asked me to pass something along to him, but he hasn't returned. Meantime, shall we discuss what we have learned?
Fascinating. I appreciate your thoroughness in recounting the details. I too learned much, as I helped to treat the injured's wounds. The Malala's curative magics appear identical to Spheen's. This means that either her tutor was a Malala as well, or that the art had spread all throughout the Ninth.
Either is
Then
plausible.
there are the symbols and tomes, which are highly reminiscent of Arcanima. If these elements indeed originated with the arcane geometries of the South Sea Isles, as in the source, 'tis curious that they have developed in so similar a manner on this shard.
Mind you don't share that with any other graduates of the Faculty of the Arcane, lest they beat you to publication.
Did you learn aught of note, Raha?
I spoke with one of Treno's storekeepers about how they obtain their supplies. Though they are few and far between, other settlements yet exist on the Mist Continent, with a rail system facilitating the flow of goods between them. Unfortunately, barrier breaches trigger an emergency failsafe on the main line, so the train is presently stopped at a midway point until operations can resume. There are also maritime routes, but they see only occasional use. Often, as now, Treno must make do with what is to hand.
In addition to this constant state of scarcity, much of Treno's populace suffers from Levin sickness, not to mention the frequent attacks on the city and the resulting casualties. Yet everyone we've spoken with seems undaunted by these hardships. They are not only surviving, they are happy in spite of it all.
Where there is life, there is hope. And when one believes in a better future, a tomorrow even the slightest bit brighter than today, there is naught to be done but build it. Until, stone by stone, the city rises.
A noble city with noble purpose.
I mean, it's kind of like a lot like the Crystarium on the first. That kind of rose up from all that.
Is aught the matter, Lowell?
I think I've dropped something and now I can't find it anywhere. I'm doomed.
Oh, is it this by chance? While I was distributing the remedy, I was asked to pass it along to you.
Yes! That's it! Yes! I'm not doomed.
Is that a tracking device?
You've a keen eye for technology. This thing picks up on the ether of the creatures that get through the barrier.
That explains how you knew when they'd been vanquished.
Exactly. It shouldn't show anything now, but I can switch it on like so.
I think it's broken. It's a little intense, isn't it? Boom.
No, she's going to kill me!
Whoa. A little dramatic, aren't you, buddy?
Say, how'd you like to meet my sister Ayane? She's an electro engineer, so she knows all sorts of interesting stuff.
I take it she also built that device.
And you broke it.
Oh yes, that's my sister. She's a genius. Everyone says so. And she won't kill me in front of other people. Probably. I mean, wouldn't it be interesting to watch her work? Maybe you can even help. It'd be, you know, edifying? Please! I beg you! Please!
All right. Take it easy.
I suppose that's that then.
Wonder how fearsome this Elene truly is. Treno's barrier is similar to Alexandrian. Should we assume that the electro technology is standard here as well? To work. The mole is vibrating with nervous energy. At the moment, Elene should be waiting just past the park. Let us be off before anybody changes their minds. Are you enjoying the flowers? We will plant what we plant doesn't always bloom, but I think it uplifts everyone's spirits more. It's more than worth the effort to find the seeds that do. Nevertheless, I'm relieved they weren't trampled by the beasts. They took ages to look this healthy. I'm surprised anything grows. And the sun is constantly blocked out, but... Lumia is sweating rather profusely. Whenever we meet an engineer from a distant land, I can't help but wish to introduce some of our friends at the Ironworks. Such a firestorm of questions there would be. Breathe in, breathe out.
Ah, our visitors. Thanks for lending a hand earlier, but what brings you here? Lummel, what did you do?
You know that, advanced monster tracking what's it? It may be a teeny tiny bit,
You broke it again?
So then this is the first time, huh?
How many times must I tell you that we're running low on electrope? I'm an engineer, not a bloody miracle worker.
There we go. Oh, you're kind of pitiful.
And since we have guests, can't you let it slide? Just this once?
He dragged you here just so I wouldn't tan his hide, didn't he? You'd never believe he's the elder sibling. Sorry.
Please, don't be. We're glad for the opportunity to meet you. And Lummel mentioned that you might have some work we could assist with.
There are guests, Lummel, not servants. Must we have the manners talk again?
Please don't misunderstand. We asked to help, that we might learn what life is like in Treno. And with your expertise, we also hoped you could tell us more of how the city utilizes electrope.
If that's the way of it, then I'd be happy to share what I know.
When you spoke earlier, it sounded as if Treno had little electrope to spare. It's difficult to procure, I take it.
We never have as much as we need. And much of what we do have is repurposed. You'll find me digging through the scrap heap whenever some vital device or another breaks down. Repairing that old barrier should be our highest priority. But we just don't have enough electrope on hand to do a proper job.
And the longer we go without access to the mine, the worse it'll get. If only we could scare those beasts away.
Didn't we just beat them up?
Did we not pass through a mine on the way here?
Aye, and took care of the beast in one fell swoop.
Just the one! Incredible!
So, the mine is safe for mining again?
We had unintentionally fixed a problem.
Leave the mining to your big brother. All you have to do is fix the tracker.
Yes, very well. If you go, do be careful. And once you get the machinery up and running, make sure to send some electrope over to the barrier service station.
Though we've cleared the mine, there is no telling what else waits outside the barrier. Shall I accompany you?
Yeah, don't let this guy run off on his own.
Seriously, I don't know what I'd do if I'd have to go alone.
As we did pass through but recently, I expect Raha can keep him safe without our help. In the meantime, shall we assist Ayane with her repair work?
That's how it goes. We're always solving problems even when they're not trying to do it. What's to mind one of the pair of siblings we know, don't they? I totally forgot to ask your names. Do forgive me. I am Kryl, and this is Kari. Along with Lumo is Grahatia, our own technology enthusiast. Lovely to meet you. It feels strange putting you to work, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't need the help. In the wake of an event like this, I presume a great deal of labor is required to restore everything to working order. The volume of fixes we need making is one thing, but I could handle it if it weren't for these legs of mine. The paralysis flares up at the worst times, I swear. I manage a bit of shuffling from one station to the other on a good day, but I usually leave the racing around the city to my brother. With him off to the mines, though, someone needs to take care of the lightning sprites. They draw to discharge of ethereal creatures slain. I'd offer you the detector the track, making them down easier, but seeing as Lumo has managed to break it again... I do have this, though. Toss some of this at the sprite and you can suppress its ability to sense ether nearby. This usually gets them wandering out of the city towards more fertile ground. So we need to fight them? We find it safer not to. When threatened, they siphon energy from facilities we need to keep our medical services running or emit bursts that overload nearby systems. Same reason I recommend you stick through fairs that allow you to spot them well in advance. I'd hate for you to be injured while helping us. Understood. We want to split up to cover more ground. Are you ready to go? Yes, indeed. Vantage point. Though you scan the area thoroughly, you see no lightning sprites. It'll be the third one that has it, because it's always the third one. Lightning spray. Sign to test your tossing arm has arrived. Okay, that should do away with those for now. You're back. Were there many sprites? I counted 3. Just a handful on your route then? Could be worse. Still, it's important to keep the city free of them. We're much obliged. Aine seems concerned for Kryl. Kryl's taking a while. Being new to a city, if something were to happen, she wouldn't know where to go for help. Could you check in from her? She started off towards the direction of the town hall. Though there are several diminutive folk about, none of them appear to be Kryl. Perhaps one of them spotted her passing through. You're looking at mite that lost there, lass. Aught I can help with? Have you seen a woman in a yellow hood? What do you mean, Kryl? Had a grand old chat with her earlier. Not to mention she shaved my hide. I can't believe I missed that lightning spray until it was right on top of me. Thanks to her, I got out unscathed. Bit awkward striking conversation after that. It's been a while since I've talked to anyone I haven't known my whole life. The kind lass, good at putting folks at ease. Like Miljana. I enjoyed telling her about the city. After we were done chatting, she went off towards the canal. Had a touch of melancholy about her, though. Not sure why. I didn't think it was something I said. I knew if it was, saying more wouldn't help, so I let her go. Reckon she welcomed the company of a good friend right now. Okay. We're approaching the hour, so I'm going to take another quick break for a couple of minutes, and we'll be right back. Alright. Water is refilled. I am good to go here.
Were you looking for me?
Yep. Sorta. Very tied for the character heart to heart here. That's what I'm here for.
I only intended to sit down for a moment, but I must have lost track of time. Will you lend me your ear?
That's what I do in this story.
The source and the ninth. Someday I will have to decide which one to call home. The thought has lingered like a storm cloud in my mind. I've tried to ignore it, remind myself that we have more important matters to contend with. But I cannot keep drifting between these worlds forever. When I first learned the truth of my past, I assumed it would have no bearing on my future. The source was my home, and the students of Baldessian my purpose. But after meeting my parents, it struck me that to simply choose the source would be to abandon them. And not only them, but a home I could have loved, had my life gone as it should have. That is why I had to learn more of this place, and the me I could have been.
And now that you have,
I feel even less certain than before. Though we are strangers to them, these people have welcomed us as if we are their own. It's like speaking with old friends. And knowing now the challenges they face, what would it say about me if I just left them behind and returned to the source? Is that who I am? Who I was meant to be? Or is this where I belong?
not really a question with a lot of very good answers to it, outside of the fact that the source is just the number of ties she has to the source. You just learned about this place, so I can understand the emotional conflict you have there with that kind of situation. Thank you for listening. I'm a little less afraid to face the answer now, whatever it might be. And when I find it, I hope you'll be there. We've kept Anne waiting long enough. Let's hurry back. Brave as it was, I feel like work we've done has helped me gain a better understanding of Treno. These countless small actions taken by myriad people every day are what makes a place what it is, after all. I'm glad you both make it back safe and sound. Now we can relax until my brother does the same. With your friend escorting him, he can't get himself into too much trouble. Unless he tumbles down the stairs into town again, I suppose.
structures near the barrier all seem to be designed for Milala. Is there a reason that those in the center of the city are so much larger?
Oh yes. The center is the oldest part of Treno, built by the Hewn and the Eldite before the Milala came.
So Treno predates the Milala's arrival?
The mayor at the time was kind enough to take our ancestors in, and gave them leave to establish their own residential quarter.
Yet I have seen naught but Milala since we came to the city. Where did the other peoples go?
Alexandria. In the closing days of the Storm Surge, when death and destruction were everywhere, they believed it would be safer. But Treno didn't have a barrier at first, you see. But one of our industrious brethren had served as tutor in the royal household, and returned to us with knowledge of the barrier's design. It's thanks to him that the city survives to this day.
It's borrowed tech.
Might I ask a more personal question? We previously uncovered some records pertaining to the Milala's past. In them, it was written that the Milala left their paradise of eternal summer when a great calamity froze their isles. Understandably, all were not content to leave their homeland behind. Some attempted to return using the same power that had brought them here, but they found the way closed to them. Never again has the golden path opened that allowed their ancestors to flee to safety. Tell me, were that golden path to open once more, and you were to find the Milala homeland restored to its former glory, would you go back?
I'd certainly like to see that paradise of eternal summer for myself. Who wouldn't? But it wouldn't be going back. After all, my one and only home is here. Treno, this run-down, beat-up, beautiful city.
You truly love it, don't you?
Do you know what the speaker said when the Milala came to this place?
What did they say?
O life, flourish on this faraway shore. Unfurl your fragile petals with fearless joy. Let this sky grant shelter from darkest storm, and here bloom, hand in hand, forevermore. We never forgot those words. Not my ancestors, nor my grandmother, nor my brother and me. That boundless optimism, that communal spirit, that is Treno. No matter what comes or how hard it gets, we'll choose joy over fear and stand together. There's nowhere else I'd rather be.
Nowhere else you'd rather be. Perhaps it really is as simple as listening to your heart.
Grandmother used to tell us stories of the Milala homeland all the time. But it was the part where the oceans froze over that's always fast to be the most. The vast open sea turned to ice, imagine. Towards trouble. Trial is speculating as to cause of your allies' delayed return. Earlier you said your brother couldn't get into too much trouble if he was with Graha. How much trouble is that precisely? One would think they would have returned by now. Conversely, I hadn't expected to see you two again so soon. I take it Lyanna's curiosity is sated? For the moment. I gave her a brief account of the situation in Alexandria, as well as the events involving the key. She was most interested in the latter. In fact, it seemed she knew of the relic long before we did. Wishes to discuss it with everybody. Would you be able to join us? I would love to go straight away, but we are awaiting Graha's return. As we speak, while Lyanna is making rounds through the city, we have time. I have a mind to reestablish its diplomatic relations with Treno, but it goes without saying there are logistical challenges given our respective locations. At least of the easiest which any travel would require passage through Tyrol to begin with. I shall have to consult with Gul'zen and the Vow of Resolve. The Milana arrived in Treno immediately after fleeing the source. I can understand how the mayor might be privy to knowledge of the key. Perhaps that... particularly when the mayor is a Milana herself. I wasn't certain if we should divulge any information concerning the key, but Alexandria's present location is difficult to explain without mentioning it. Fortunately, it turned out for the best. Alexandria, the kingdom past the mountains, the one that vanished? I wondered where you lot came from, but that wasn't my first guess, or my fifth for that matter.
We're back! The mine is in working order, I'm pleased to say. Electrope is being delivered for the barrier even as we speak.
Have you two finished regaling the mayor?
We have. Though she has her own story to tell. Of the key, in fact. We thought you might like to join us at the...
This is an evacuation alert. All citizens, please proceed to emergency shelters. Repeat, please proceed to emergency shelters. The doom train is approaching. Repeat, please proceed to emergency shelters.
Uh-oh. It's that time.
The Doom Train. Wasn't that one of Lindblom's weapons of war? You know of it? I've never seen it myself, but according to Zelenia, it was an armored vehicle used to transport war beasts to the front. In order to prevent them from running wild ere their deployment, a powerful arcane entity was housed in the engine.
The end of the war didn't slow it one bit. Quite the contrary. Fueled by lightning ether, it's been speeding across the continent ever since. The Doom Train and its beasts bring death and destruction everywhere it goes. It's a veritable calamity on rails.
Well, isn't that helpful?
It passed near Treno some years ago, claiming many lives, including our parents. I must go and repair the barrier as swiftly as possible. Without it, we haven't got a chance.
You can't be serious! You'll never finish in time, and you'll be right in its path.
I have to try. For Treno.
Yane, no!
It seems my services are required once more.
I'll go with you. Perhaps my knowledge of Electrope will be of use.
wish I were a fighter like you two. Keep her safe, will you? Please?
While destroying the Doom Train would be preferable, we should seek to delay its advance at the very least.
You can't be thinking of fighting it head on. That's madness.
Well, now I have to do it.
If your mind is made up, there may be a way. There's a freight depot not far from us. We can use the train that's stopped there.
Raha mentioned that before, did he not?
The Doom Train will have to pass through the depot to reach Treno. And since the evacuation alert was only just triggered, we might be able to reach it first.
So, we commandeer this freight train, match our speed to the enemy's, and use it as a platform from which we launch a sustained counteroffensive. Is that your proposal?
It'd be better than trying to smash the bloody thing before it runs us all over. And if it might save Ayane, I'll do whatever it takes. Let me drive the train. That will leave you free to concentrate on the fight.
Lumo.
I need to grab a few things. Meet me by the gate.
While it's not in our nature to stand idle at times like this, we should first consider how best to apply our individual skills. If anybody can stop a speeding weapon of war, it is Kari. We also must recognize that the threat is posed by a company of beasts. If its influence is so powerful that even as it barrels ahead, enthralled creatures continue to follow it, then the train may gather additional minions as it draws near. There's no telling how many will charge Treno's gates, so we better prepare for the worst. Perhaps Yusola and I should remain on guard here. I'm inclined to agree. Kari, while you remove the head of this metal serpent, we will tend to the defense of the city. Among other things, we must do what we can to ensure that the citizens get to shelter before the fighting begins. Godspeed. I had to go beat up a train. I really could have gone without a Doom Train attack today. Right, the place we're heading is the Beneti Depot. Although Treno has its own rail station, our assailants from earlier left in need of significant repair. Thus we'll be taking a hover cargo. My friend here has volunteered for the mission, and yes, I did explain the dangers. The cargo is equipped with a portable barrier, and frankly, I'm great at my job. I can guarantee you safety during the ride. What happens once we get to Benade, well, that's your problem. Certainly is. Let me know when you're ready to move out. Where we call home. The Mole is resolved to meet the Doom Train head on. Would prefer to depart before you can think about it any longer. Ready? Our fearless operator will help you aboard. We make for Benin with all haste. I'll have us there in a flash. Do keep any limbs you have attached to and would like to remain attached inside the vehicle.
This is it. You'll be riding that flat car at the rear of the train. I'll be all the way at the front, pushing her as fast as she can go. The Doom train moves at breakneck speed. If we're too slow, it'll plow right through us. Speaking of which, we'd best get underway before it does just that. Don't forget you're fighting for Ayane. For all of Treno.
Hell on Rails, now accessible. Using the onboard systems, I should be able to monitor you from the locomotive. You'll be able to hear me. Okay. All right. Wait time less than 5 minutes, so yeah, we should be able to take care of shortly here. All right. Let's do this. The 9 boss theme for it. Well, that's freaky looking, isn't it?
Where it is now! I'm counting on you!
Okay, pretty simple lines, but I assume later they're not going to be. Oh, okay. Draw in and then AoE. Turret crossing. This line of sight. Okay, so yeah, it's elevation mechanics.
How many times is it going to do that?
Runaway train. Oh. Now he's got hands. let's head. Oh. Back up, back up. Over here. Made it somehow. And that, as we say, is that. And down it goes. Well, so much for the 400-year-old super weapon.
No more adventures, thank you. That was enough bravery for a lifetime. But we did it! We stopped the Doom Train. Well, mostly you did. Before we can celebrate, though, we need to make sure Treno's secure. As I feared, stray beasts to the south. I've lost track of how many times I've asked you for help, but I need your help again.
Okay. Okay. Just checking the time before we jump into this instance. I have every to believe that Aina will be safe with your comrades while we attend the matters elsewhere. I'll see to the wounded. Try not to join them, all right? Your progression through this battle will be saved. Okay, this is just a standard thing. Let's do this. Been a while since we've had an instance. Story instance. Short time earlier.
No!
Can you stand?
Yes! Thank you so much. There were others being attacked over by the canal. Could you possibly...
Of course, I'll go right away. The rest of you should get to the town hall. I can't leave anyone behind. I won't.
Oh, is this a role play session? Yep, it is.
Make sure the evacuation route is clear first. People by the canal.
This way.
Help is on the way. There may be other stragglers.
That's a different use of Pictomancy that we've seen. I was so scared I couldn't even move. Still the incident. My wife and I will make for town hall straight away. You have my word on that. You're determined to check on everyone. I won't complain, but do be careful.
That breeze is awfully warm. Oh no! First things first, the fire.
Nixie motif.
Take a leaf out of Yishtrola's book.
What sort of magic was that? I've never seen anything like it. Priorities. Yeah, I'm going to run away. We can talk about it later. Was it you that put the fire out? How could I ever thank you? Now that I know it won't be spreading any further, we can all take shelter until this is all over.
Not a moment too soon. I hope that was the worst of it.
Somebody help!
A voice. Further out.
Oh. Sorry, I was checking something. Getting distracted. Jeez.
How many are there?
Clearly ain't too many.
Is that all of them? A behemoth!
You cut that rather close.
Thank goodness you're all right.
Ayane has finished the repairs. We need only hold the line until the barrier is in place.
And hold the line we will, together. I can still fight. I can.
I have no doubt.
Yeah, I know this. Time to deal with you. Yep. Wasn't paying attention as much as I probably should have been. Fortunately, it didn't matter.
I must say, that was an incredible performance.
Oh, how you've grown.
Flatterer. What is it?
The barrier is restored. The people of Treno may rest easy once more.
She scared me there for a second. I'm like, what now? Nope, no entry.
The perimeter is clear, everyone. And thanks to our guests, the Doom Train has been destroyed. Last but not least, Ayane's fixed the barrier. We don't need to worry about beasts anymore. This calls for a celebration.
The Doom Train is gone for good.
That's our Ayane.
They're safe. All of them.
Mother.
Alila? Cryle. Does the name Alila mean aught to you?
My mother. Did you know her?
A little tired right now.
I'm sorry, my dear. We should get you patched up before aught else. Alila's story and that of the key are one and the same. After you've rested and recovered, I'll tell you the tale. no cause to fret, I promise you.
That was a very personal reaction. I kind of had a guess when I first saw them in the trailer that there might be some connection there, but...
There's work to be done ere we can celebrate. First and foremost, we must see to any injured. Come and find me at Town Hall when you're ready.
Without further delay, then.
You needn't mind me. My injuries are far from severe.
But your curiosity is another matter, is it not? Your feet will deliver you to Meili all the swifter if you can actually walk on them.
Okay, we finally started to get some answers here, so before we do that, time for another quick break here. So we'll be right back. Alright. Caution aside, Krau sustained no injuries you need to worry over. I think, Milana, you knew Krau's mother. I'm too eager to hear the detail. After that battle, I think we all require a moment. You had better get some rest too, I mean. Well, I'd rather not have to tumble over the pavement in front of half the city. I am none worse for wear, thanks to you, Stola. what of yourself? If you have any hurts, we can tend to those now before we see Lyanna. Into the mists. We're at the final quest now. Kryl's ready to hear more from Milana, or is she? Curiousness, I want to know more than anything, yet a part of me is still terrified. But having come so far, I cannot turn back from the truth now. If everyone is filling up to it, let us go and have our answers. Sorry, phone was ringing. I was waiting for it to stop. I find myself feeling anxious on Kryl's behalf. Alright, I'm ready to hear it. While the key may be the main topic of our conversation, there's no telling what else Milana might reveal. I have every confidence Mol would be safe in your company, but it hardens to see me ease harm nonetheless. Ah, our new friends. You know why grandmother called us here? Both Anil and I are neglected to ask. How are you faring? I hope you recovered with your brush with the Doom trade. Did I hear something about a behemoth? Just another day for us, really. Okay.
Ere I begin my tale, there is something about our family that you need to understand. We are descendants of the Speakers of Eld, and I myself am the latest to inherit the role. Even as we do our utmost to ensure our people's welfare in our adopted home, it has ever been our duty to find a means to return whence we came. Alas, our ancestral treasure never did answer our prayers. And that left my elder sister, the previous speaker, mired in doubt. It was then, when she was at her most vulnerable, that preservation reached out to her.
The key is none other than that relic, and it has been in the safekeeping of our people since time immemorial.
Yes. When lightning threatened this world, we attempted to use the key to flee again, like our ancestors once did. Alas, no matter what we tried, we couldn't invoke its power. We had all but given up when Preservation approached us with an offer of partnership.
Led to Calix's involvement in all this.
We've heard this part before, from my parents' memories. My mother was your sister.
She was, which makes you an heir to the Speaker's legacy. The last message I received from your parents said that in order to thwart Preservation's design, they must send away both their daughter and the key. I now understand what became of the former. As for the latter, through conversing with your friends, I gleaned with whom it currently resides.
And is it your wish that we give it back?
We Milala are the people of Treno now. Here, is where we've put down our roots. The moment Delilah relinquished the key, she relinquished our claim to it as well. But be that as it may, my sister gave up not only her life, but her darling daughter, to prevent its misuse. It is my duty to ensure that its new bearer is worthy. So, should it answer your call as it never did ours, how would you use the key's power?
To explore worlds yet unknown to us. That is my way.
For some, that might be a self-serving end. But your deeds are proof that I needn't worry. And what's more, there's your friendship with my niece. I dare say that speaks well of your character.
By the by, do you have any records pertaining to the key here in Treno?
Would that we did. But Delilah took everything with her when she joined Preservation. If aught remains, it would be in Alexandria.
Right back to where you were.
And so we found ourselves returned to our original course.
Shale may have made some progress. Perhaps it's time to bring our visit to an end. But by that, I don't mean to say that I don't feel welcome in Treno. You've all been so kind and accommodating. And in many ways, it's my hometown. It's just that, well,
It's all right, my dear. It is true that some feel bound by blood or birthplace, but I don't believe that your parents would have wanted that for you. They devoted their lives to understanding the key so that future generations would not be burdened by it. As we have chosen Treno, so too should you choose the place you call home. A place where you can bloom and grow with fearless joy.
I will.
We must give you a proper send-off, though. Wait for us by the gate, will you? A word of caution, Keeper of the Key.
And that would be?
As you know, it is a relic that has traveled across centuries and worlds, passing through countless hands. Oft beckoning to those ruled by ambition or avarice. Indeed, some have wondered if it chooses its master. But I believe differently. I believe that some inexorable force, call it fate, if you will, ushers it from one bearer to the next.
Well, not concerning.
Be wary, for fate's regard now falls upon you.
Ominous. Wait, that was an Alra here? There's been nothing but Lalafell here. What? That's not a good sign. You're gonna lead to a whole new heap of trouble in it. Yeah, I was kind of wondering, because they had one of two options here. With Kryl, specifically. She could have chosen to remain behind and be removed from the story entirely. Or not. And it looks like in this case they decided against benching her from the story entirely. Now, whether that means she'll be playing a role in the next expansion or not might be another story. In one way or another, I don't have any strong or negative feelings toward her. I feel like they kind of touched on everything they needed to here. Now, what happens after this is a whole nother issue. Well, looks like she's seen the first ray of sunshine on a cloudy day. I'm glad she found what she sought. Emil and Anil have gone to summon the other Malala we've met from across the city. I can't believe I have living relatives here. And that they make it seem so simple. Maybe it's just enough just to be Kryl. Malala's records were in Preservation's possession. I doubt they would ever relinquish them. That knowledge must await us back in Alexandria.
Thank you all for everything.
We're the ones who should be thanking you. You fought so many times for us.
I've tended to the people's immediate hurts, but see that they receive appropriate care as they recover.
I still can't believe you took down the Doom Train. Just like that. You're my hero, truly. And I'm sure Mum and Dad and everyone else we lost will rest easier now that it can never hurt anyone again.
Took down the 400-year-old weapon.
I cannot thank you enough for supporting my plan for the barrier. Not to mention that we wouldn't even have the electrope to restore it without your aid. I can't wait to see what else we can do now that the mine is back in service. Kryl. O life, flourish on this faraway shore. Unfurl your fragile petals with fearless joy. Let this sky grant shelter from darkest storm, and here bloom, hand in hand, forevermore. Remember that, will you? Whatever shore you choose.
Of course, those words and our people will always be in my heart.
After so long without her, I had begun to forget what my sister was like. Her face, her voice, fading like the mist. All I could remember clearly was her resolve as we parted for the last time. But now I've seen her again. In you, sweetheart. for bringing her back to me. It is a joy to have met you, Kryle.
You too, Aunt Mealy.
I know your home lies far from here, but to us you'll always be family. Come and see us once in a while, won't you?
I will. My comrades have found a treatment for Levin's sickness, so I'll bring it to Treno as soon as I can.
My, you certainly have no shortage of accomplished friends. We'll await your return, my dear. Life is full of surprises when one lives in hope. Isn't that right, Delilah?
Once we're back in Solution 9, I should hope to relax with a hot cup of tea. If safe and reliable airship travel to Treno would possible, it would cut down on the length and danger of the journey. Though we are still in the 9th, it hardly feels like it up here. What a wonder. Feels like a bit like I'm dreaming. Should I ever wake, I'll remember it. I'll remember them. On a practical note, I am sure more than ever Shayla's work will yield vital insight on the key. Look forward to speaking with her when we arrive in Solution 9. If you don't mind, might we first make our way to Resolution? Gaussen will be wondering about my absence. Heavens, yes. Apologies for keeping you from your duties for so long. Think nothing of it. I was more than happy to be part of your adventure, and Gaussen will forgive me when I tell him of Treno. Alright. We're back. According to the people of Treno, there are other settlements in the 9th. We may have to seek them out one day. Though we've learned little of the Ashians, our Soren was more than worthwhile. Nelson hasn't worn regulators since his memory was restored. The experience must have affected him deeply. Ah, this explains much. I wondered why I had never seen hide or hair of your majesty these past days. May I ask where you've been? It's quite a long story. However stalwart your companion, traversing the Mist Continent with no knowledge of what awaited was extraordinarily reckless. That I can't deny, but availed us much. We had an opportunity to resume diplomatic relations with a longtime ally. And thus I did not, in fact, come to harm. All's well that ends well? Should you feel compelled to go on any further excursions in the future, I expect you will notify me beforehand. Yes, it was remiss of me. I apologize. Duty calls is insistent. Nevertheless, whenever you require my aid, please do not hesitate to seek it. You're back. How did it go? Did you find a way down? This and this, that and that. Hey there, Exploder. Reno, I've heard the name. Incredible that it sheltered the Malala all this time. What's more, the mayor was able to share the story of the key from her perspective. She believes the historical documents pertaining to it are stored in the Preservation's archives. They could be, though our work isn't done yet. We've made progress on the decryption. I'm on my way to the containment complex to review the data in suit. Then allow me to accomplish you. Though maybe incomplete, I should like to review the information available. I'll contact you as soon as we've made some sense of it. In the meantime, I suggest our warrior light get a good night's sleep or two. Who knows what matter of hellish technology will be after us next. Well, I assume you'll be wanting to familiar yourself with the care and the feeding of the porksies. Indeed, while I'm aware of the principles, I shall need elsewhere when the others were treating Levin affliction. Ugh. I shall have to ask the Solar to instruct me. 'Tis the least I can do for my family. I intend to visit them whenever possible, but my home will always be here in the Source. There's nowhere I'd rather be. Okay, not too... Alright, what do you get a show here? Earlier in Treno.
Now, there is much to be done. With access to the mine restored, I'd like to explore methods to expand our food production systems. I look forward to your insights.
Something feels suspicious here.
Oh, my poor heart. I only meant to steal a glimpse while we were in the area. But our eyes definitely met, didn't they? Oh, that's not ideal. Such fearsome instincts to perceive me as a threat in an instant. But I shouldn't be surprised. It's the Source's vaunted hero, after all.
Halmerut!
Oh, dear me! Oh.
What the?
One need hardly be the warrior of lights to notice you. You're far from subtle.
Is that Calyx?
As if the horns and scales weren't enough, you insist upon dressing for another century. Those clothes must be as old as I am. Where is your robe?
You mean the robe that practically announces me as an Ascian? Not that I don't intend to reveal that detail, but it will be at a time of my choosing.
The Ascian from before.
Besides, one of us can't help but draw the eye, it's you. Oh, Calyx, how you've grown. Smaller, that is. And surprisingly cute-ish.
Put me down.
Jests aside, we will be departing the 9th all too soon. If you wish to say your goodbyes, I could find you a vessel and mold it to match your preferred presentation.
Don't you dare. I will not debase myself by occupying a living body ever again. And in any case, to travel the rift as you do requires the shedding of one's flesh, does it not?
I apologize if I upset you. Your understanding is, in essence, correct. The magics cannot bring a vessel through the rift. Ergo, you must discard it and assume a form of pure ether until you reach the other side. However, that doesn't mean you need discard everything like so much refuse. Using fissures such as this, one can easily send small amounts of matter between reflections. Matter such as your archived memories.
All the more reason to remain as I am. At present, I could pass through a fissure myself. And as this form suffices for surveying the material realm, I see no reason to expend effort searching for a replacement. I wish only to observe. That is enough.
Very well. I shan't press. Nevertheless, odd though you may look, I would encourage you to bid farewell to those to whom you have attachment. For now that you failed, unless our hero changes course, this world is doomed to die.
What's that supposed to mean?
I had hoped to banish death from their lives. Why should it come to all, whether they will it or no? Why must any accept this burden and grief? It was never about any one person. So no, there are none with whom I would exchange fond farewells. But so long as mankind yet survives, I can hold fast to my faith. That my life's work might again bring someone's salvation.
Hold fast you must, as we press ever onward. For soon it begins, and every world shall tremble. The Winterers must be prepared to outlast the great withering to come.
Great withering.
That's your ominous prediction, is it?
No, it's nature's proclamation. Can't you hear it? It echoes in the silence, left by the will of the star.
Weather blows fate's wandering will, for gray clouds besiege winter's chill. Okay, so what little I can make of this. So this Aura is the Ascian that was assisting Calyx. And from what I can make of their conversation, the Will of the Star refers to either Hydaelyn or Zodiark. And since Endwalker concluded, Hydaelyn and Zodiark are gone. So there is no longer a Will of the Star, so to speak. This suggests that something changed when they were both removed. And it almost sounds like there's a further consequence to that situation. They seem to be convinced that the Ninth is going to eventually die in some form, which points to a problem with the other reflections as well. And they're talking about weathering some event if we don't change our course. Yeah, until we get the reveal of the expansion in April, it's really hard to say what they're implying here. So yeah, we've been... So, all in all, the patch was kind of a side trip to kind of address Kryle's situation, which was left kind of vague at the end of Dawn Trail. And I think did a good enough job wrapping things up for Kryle in particular. That being said, of course, it was kind of a side tangent, as I kind of mentioned it would probably kind of end up being. So, all we can really do is wait for the next part to see what happens from here. So, let's... And my batteries are dead. Let's go ahead and take a quick break here. And we'll be right back. Okay. Warm fare thee wells can ease the sting of parting. We shall soon come to terms with an absence not soon forgotten. Tell what we hold dear and what they meant to us. We wish them the best. We seize the chance whenever we can. Were it not for my ties and my sores, I would not be able to treat those afflicted with love and sickness, nor potentially aid my people in other ways as well, as I very much intend to do. Still, there are many questions I wish to ask Sulan about my parents. I hope to learn about the rest of my family. Okay. Okay, first things first. I'm gonna head over to the... Because now we're going to move on to the other half of this stream, which is our final engagement in the Arcadian. But before I do that... I need to empty out my... Just needed to clear a little bit of space. Yeah, a little bit of light shining through my window, sorry. Need to shift a little bit. There we go. Okay. Let's not waste any more time. Onward and forward. Trying to find out what terrors await me on our Final Fantasy XIV raid night starting in January, so... Feral Fandom. Yana regards you with a wry smile. Ah, Kari, I was hoping you would drop by. There's something I want to share with you before the heavyweight matches begin. Come on in. Alright. Kittens I've taken to their new home, in case you're wondering. So I can tell they mixed Hector with the poor things. I've asked Honey and the others to come as well. Before they arrive, let's have a quick refresher of the situation. During your cruiserweight campaign, we managed to convince several of the fighters to retire from the ring, not least of all Zara, who was already inflicted with psychochronosis. There was one that could not be pursued, though, the brute bomber. I myself had developed symptoms of psychochronosis after Etrop ambushed us. I got a little carried away and used a feral soul to stop her. There was a glimmer of hope when Naomi discovered the existence of a cure, but it was dashed when the president took her and an Etrop hostage. He wouldn't allow us to deviate from his script. An unexpected turn, the president himself was aware of the cure, the drop of life. He said he would indulge the location if he could become grand champion. How did he learn all this? Where did he get this information? I've never met the man, so he's a complete mystery to me. And why I wanted to gather everyone in order to get a better picture of who we're dealing with. Hello, my dears. We let ourselves in through the back. You never know who's watching after all. Hey, what's the location? We having a retirement party or something? Sorry, hon. I never met the president in the flesh either. He only called me a few times to give instructions, and it wasn't him, but Metum who came to recruit me in one of my performances. When he recruited me and Hector in person, he contacted afterwards was via communicator. He speaks solely about business, never private matters. Same with me, I'm afraid. Dancing Green, on the other hand, is well acquainted with the man. After a fashion, the geezer always had a love for the theatrics. As a performer myself, we quickly hit it off. Often had debates on the best way to engage the audience. While I believe the key is making folks feel good, he insisted that they need to feel a measure of discomfort, and that's the job of a heel. It is when the loathsome are laid low that the audience knows the high is high and the fighters burn brightest, he would always say. That sort of poetic justice, he appealed, I'll admit. For proof, you need to look no further than the frenetic crowds at Brute Bombers matches. Wherever the president might be, he might be a damn good showman. Right. The president's personal life, all I know is he traces his ancestry to Limblum. Limblum? That's where the simulant for the regenerative factor was apparently researched. Well, what do you know? Unfortunately, I never got the opportunity to hear more about his past. The last time I saw the old man was 3 years ago. That would be about the time when Metem approached Honey. Well, I only wonder if something happened to the president that kept him from appearing in public. But with limited knowledge we have, we can only speculate. So in between all of us, we hardly know anything about the president. Our play remains Kari to becoming the grand champion. Only then will the president share the cure's whereabouts. If he goes back on his word, we can threaten to reveal the truth about the immortalization to the public. If all else fails, we have to have that in hand. But if we are to use it, we must first rescue Etrop and Neum. And so not to endanger them, the plan needs to be discreet and foolproof. I could use everyone's help. Can I count on you all? I would have offended you. Thought you had to ask. Of course you can count us. We'll save Yana's sisters and give that rotten president a piece of our minds. Got along with the old man well enough, but I had no idea about his shenanigans. Art entertainment shouldn't come at the cost of those who make it. Ain't that right, sugar? Thank you so much. With everybody's cooperation, we'll work to free my sister while Kari continues her campaign to become grand champion. That goes without saying, but I will continue to support you as your second. Together we'll carve a path through the heavyweight division. We seem to have all our tasks. The rest of us will begin exploring ways to rescue the girls at once. Well, we have our task here. There's about to be an Arcanian broadcast. It's a regular program intended for fans, so it might not help you much with your preparation, but it couldn't hurt to give it a watch. Fans of the fight and connoisseur of combat, I bid you welcome to another edition of the Arcadian Hour. Today's guest, we have the heavyweight fighter who shall soon face the unenchanted upstart, Kari, in the ring. The devilish Dixon dominatrix, Femme Fatale. As indicated by her epilization, Kari has climbed her way up to the ranks without the use of a feral soul. Should this upstart become Grand Champion, they would seem to be able to do as they please with Arcadian Soul Repository. They seem intent to release all the souls. It would fundamentally alter the Arcadian, leaving the championship of unenhanced fighters. What are your thoughts on this? Don't make you laugh. The upstart would only bore us to death. Our fans crave spectacle battles that will blow them away. You simply cannot do that without feral souls. This lady, but what do you people actually think? We hit the streets to find out. Without feral souls, what would even be the point? This is the Arcadian we're talking about. If I can't watch a muscular woman imbued with a beast soul squeeze the life out of her enemies, like she's making juice, I'm not interested. Enhanced Warrior, just a novelty. I reckon they there to drum up excitement for the championship. I was interested at first, I'll admit, but the act has gotten old and everybody's got tired of it. I know I have. Frankly, I despise the upstart. She forced the Howling Blade to retire with an outrageous wager, for one thing. We don't need outsiders barging in, running roughshod over our traditions. Leave the Arcadian alone, you hear? Leave the Arcadian alone. See, no one wants that pathetic excuse for entertainment. Oh, that's odd. There should have been some interviewees that support Kari as well. Perhaps not. You're next, darling. You've been a naughty, naughty girl. I'm going to give you the punishment you deserve. A little intense. Damn them, they've clearly only showed the interviews that serves the president's agenda. Sounds like a cable news channel to me, but I'm sorry you had to see that, Kari. Don't worry, I'm not doing this to be a part of a popularity contest. You have plenty of supporters out there, and that's the honest truth. Forget our sudden intrusion, but the broadcast just now, we simply couldn't sit still. You're my hero, miss. I'll keep cheering you on, so please don't give up. Huh? There are many of us that feel the same. We believe in you, and we wanted you to know that. I get nervous when watching you fight, but at the same time I'm inspired, given courage. I don't get that from the fighters who use feral souls. That's right, don't forget, the souls weren't even used in the Arcadian in the beginning. I bet the other fighters could put on a thrilling show without enhancing themselves. Battles with feral souls are spectacular, there's no denying that, but by the same token it feels artificial. Your fights, on the other hand, are as real as they get. It fires me up like nothing else. Keep your head held high and keep fighting the good fight in the heavyweight division. Please let me join your gym. I want to be a fighter like Kari. We'll be glad to have such an enthusiastic trainee. But I warn you, training isn't easy. Why don't you come back with your parents for a tour first? So you have quite the following. Even if there aren't any more feral souls, it doesn't spell the end of the Arcadian. Many people admire and support you, and for them, as well, that you fight. Once I'm cured, I love to come out of retirement and fight as unhands myself, and I feel others feel the same. Is that so? Alright, we'll be there. This is it, Kari. The heavyweight matches are beginning. Metam asked us to meet him at the green room as usual. I'm ready when you are. Bear with me for a moment. I need to do something about that reflecting light. Yeah, I'm going to put on another ad break real quick while I try to take care of this. Well, I found a crude solution to my problem. Funny, because I'm used to streaming in the evening so often that I kind of forget that in the morning there's this if the light is hitting my window just right in front of my computer, there's this annoying glare that comes just straight in that window. It only happens certain times of the year and certain times of the day. So I resort to put a Pepsi box in front of the window slits. Well, I guess that'll work for now. I probably should find a better solution to that one day. Anyway. Time for our confrontation. As bombastic as the Arcadian has been up to this point, I can imagine these next 4 fights are going to be just as bombastic. I'm going to give him some choice words about those interviews. Good to see you again, my friends. How have you been? We've been better. What's the big deal with that broadcast? Sorry, but it was the President's orders. All I could do was drop a hint that there were other opinions. The mass retirement in the Cruiserweight division has left the President feeling threatened. Whatever he might have said before, he's eager to be rid of you. On the matter, it's no use trying to convince the heavyweight fighters to quit. They've all been informed of the psycho-prognosis and have chosen to continue to fight of their own volition. That's because they've been told that if they can defeat you, they would be able to use your soul to cure their affliction. God, that bastard and his low tricks. Victory is your only way through this, so whatever anger you have, I suggest you channel it in the ring. As you did before, no doubt that will make your mark in the heavyweight division as well. Okay. So yeah, they just increased the threat level a little bit here. Now they're all going to be gunning for my soul. The Breathtaker. By the look in her eyes, Yana's still smoldering with rage. God, just when I think I've seen all with the press, he comes up with another underhanded move. If what Median said is true, we have little hope of convincing your opponents to quit. There's nothing for it, but to just stay the course then. When you fight to become Grand Champion, we will trust in the others to rescue my sisters. When you get the drop of life whereabouts from the President in the end, we'll be able to save everyone. Alright, let's take a look at your first heavyweight opponent. Van Fattel, who you had the displeasure of seeing in the broadcast earlier. He's a fiendish fighter who harnesses the soul of Desmolton, a giant bat whose powers allow her to suck the life out of her opponents. Her biggest claim to infamy, though, is that she's a sadist. Inflicting pain brings her pleasure, and her ring is filled with apparatus for that purpose. Mind your surrounding, or you'll become her plaything. Remember, you have plenty of fans who believe in you, so believe in yourself and show them the strength of the unenhanced warrior. Now get out there and give Van Fattel what's for, and claim your first heavyweight victory. Alright. AAC Heavyweight M1 now accessible. Alright, I've been waiting for this. Here we go. Wow. Oh, I'm still clicked in for Hell on Rails. Fortunately, I didn't get it.
She'll make your pulse race while freezing your blood. The voluptuous FFXIV!
We two sadist femme fatale. Well, nothing to do but to go for it.
Will you cry out in pleasure or pain?
Feast your eyes on the lovely and lethal FFXIV! Will the challenger fall prey to the cruel mistress?
Okay, yep. Coming back and forth. Okay, so the sound wave triggers the bats. Double area tank buster.
This is mine. I will hear you scream.
A wicked weapon. FFXIV poised to execute a fatality.
You will become a stay on this is just. My faithful minions, give me your ether!
It's begun! She's draining the audience of their ether.
All of you will feed me.
FFXIV's unleashed the ether. The challenger's in her realm now.
Oh.
a stubborn one, but it is not too late to beg for mercy.
No, I think I'll pass on that.
Such insolence I have never known. More. I need more ether.
She's draining the crowd's ether again! I hope our dear spectators are feeling alright.
This seems like a giant health risk here. Those are the big tank busters. Jeez.
In pain lies blood.
She's unleashed even more ether! How will this end?
Yep. Other side.
Who knew they'd be felled with a vengeance? Under down. Can they recover from this?
On your knees, damn you!
Got a little annoyed, but too bad. Yep. And that's it for you.
The match is decided! Victory goes to the challenger.
One down, two to go.
It's all over. Until next time.
Yeah, this week just grab whatever. I'll be working on the crafted stuff for my main job anyway, so... There you have it, your first heavyweight victory. I never doubted you for a moment, Kari. I'm sure you heard them, but the crowd was going absolutely wild. Daring Devils. Yana appears to have something on her mind. Now then, there's a bit of time before your next bout because your opponent originally would have been none other than Wicked Thunder Etrope. For reasons we all know too well, they have called up a replacement, and it hasn't been decided, and who that is hasn't been decided yet. Let's head back to the gym for now. With some luck, Rosara has made some progress on the rescue. All right. See what progress has been made on that situation. How dreadful. That boy from before, what could be the matter? Hey now, what's wrong? Your gym, they've wrecked it. What? Who? Why? Hey there, kitty cat. We made ourselves at home while you were out. You're the ones who did this? We heard this was the unenchanted Kook's haunt, so we decided to drop by to say hello. What do we have here? It's a dynamic duo who've taken tag team matches by storm, the Extremes. Could they be Kari's next opponents? The Enhanced Warrior is a singles specialist, though, so I suspect she'll be pitted against only one of them. Which brother will be to take it to the ring? The older and cool collected Deep Blue, or the young, fierce Fiery red hot. It'll be both of us, naturally. We don't work any other way. Don't worry, though. We'll tag in and out, so it'll be a fair fight. You're cool with that, right? Come to me together if you like. That's the only way you can win. Big words, big shot. But we won't break the rules, right, bro? We wouldn't, don't we always? No, we wouldn't. Oh, was that meant to be a secret? Not another word out of you. Not much going upstairs on the other guy, is there? You've had a good ride so far, Kook. You wouldn't go smooth for you on our surf. We're gonna wipe you out and wipe you out hard. There you have it, your next opponent. Please see your preparations. Come to the green room. I'm sorry for this awful mess. There was nothing I could do to prevent it. Seems frustrated, but who is he frustrated at? This isn't a good time for our tour, I'm afraid. Would you manage to come back after I've sorted things out? Those bastards hit a real number. Wait, where are the kittens? They're safe, thankfully. They sensed the danger and fled upstairs. I actually arrived early and whistled them in the act. I was furious and wanted to stop them, but I fear that might draw the President's attention. Forgive me. I have news. We found a promising lead on Ninum's and Etrop's whereabouts. Truly? One of Honey's devoted fans is an employee of the Assyrian Arcadia, and he diverts the details of the security of the company complex. Thanks to him, we now know that the right after your sisters were kidnapped, they were curiously doubling the watch in a certain area. According to Green, it's a pushy reception hall used for entertainment to important guests. All in likelihood, that's where the girls are being held. While security is tight, we have a plan to create an opening and mount a rescue. Figure we'll use her magic to create a commotion, which we'll exploit to sneak inside. That's a darn daring strategy, but I have faith you can pull it off. We'll carry out the mission during your next match. You will do what you'll do best and put on a good show. The attention you draw to the ring will only aid our cause. Got a couple of surfer punks to beat up on. We'll be pitted against the extremes next. This reminds me of my own time fighting as tag team with Hector, when we were still no-name newcomers. What? Why have I never heard about this? Our signature move was the ultimate mega boom kick. Hector would encase me in flames and send me flying at our opponent. Not only did it look impressive, but it had some kick to it. Pardon the pun. Alas, we hardly drew any spectators, so management decided to disband our team. While we were still trying to find our place back then. Getting back to the present, like all tag teams, the Extreme will unleash powerful coordinated attacks. Take care when you face them. I suppose we better head to the green room. The mess can wait for now. Seeing some lag in the model again. Okay. It's time for round 2. All right. What are we up again here? Right. Take a closer look at your opponents. Red Hot and Deep Blue, who formed the popular tag team The Extremes. They're originally professional surfers who rose to fame with their feats at the Solution 9's artificial wave pool. The brothers harness the soul of storm divers, great lizards capable of manipulating the elements to perform dangerous techniques. As you can guess, Deep Blue commands water, Red Hot wields flames. I say brothers, but they're obviously not related by blood. It's just part of their gimmick. Having said that, they do make a fearsome team to echo Rosara. You need to be ready for coordinated attacks. Once you deal with them, you'll be one battle away from becoming grand champion. So get out there and show those gym wreckers for what's for. We'll see who wipes, who's the ones to wipe out. M2 now accessible. Do party ones first. All right. Average wait 6 minutes. Shouldn't be too long. On the side of playing these things as a tank mate, I suppose. run a little bit slow as we're doing kind of an odd time here. While we're waiting, I was just double checking the patch notes to make sure I wasn't forgetting about something. Yeah, once we wrap up the Arcadian, we will probably go ahead and wrap up, at least for right now. As I said, I do plan to stream later this evening when I get the raid group together to do the normal mode stuff with them, which should be a good time, either way. But in between that time, I'll probably take the opportunity to take a break and rest my voice, since we've already been going for... been 4.5 hours. By the time we finish this, it'll probably be 5 or 6 hours in. This music, holy cow. Okay.
This will be a tag team match of extreme proportion.
I can handle you alone.
Oh. I didn't catch that, Well, I only need to see it once, I guess.
Let's do this together, bro. Both brothers have entered the ring. Oh, that grounds for disqualification. They don't fight alone either, so it's only fair. The extremes fight as one. It seems the referee is allowing it. It's double trouble for the challenger. We're just getting started. Hey, check out this smooth teamwork. The brothers have triggered a fusion explosion. Truly, they're deadly. Who knew they'd be filled with a vengeance? I've saved this trick just for you. Brace yourselves, folks. The extremes are holding nothing back. On their down, can they recover from this? And they're back in action. Can they turn the tide?
Look chaotic here.
You've never seen anything this gnarly. Impressive footwork on display today. I ride further.
Well, so much for those two.
The match is decided! Victory goes to the challenger.
That's kind of chaotic. I loved it, though.
It's all over. Until next time.
Savage Rosha, that's gonna be something. You did it, Kari. Even together, the brothers were no match for you. Seeing you humble those smug thugs really made my day. Serves them right for making a mess of my gym. Challenger and champion. Satisfaction is right playing on Giannis' face. With this, you've earned the title shot against the Grand Champion. You'll need to be more prepared than ever for that bout. For now, a good rest is in order. Let's head back to the gym. First femme fatale in the extremes at once. You're incredible. I knew you'd beat those bullies, Car. You look so cool out there. It ain't over till it's over. How do you fare when you have no cyclarums at your disposal? Cowards. Honorless curs. You are a blight upon the Arcadian. Be gone from my sight. It's the tyrant. What's the Grand Champion doing here? Put up your weapon, challenger. A true warrior does not engage in her opponent outside the sacred ring. I am the Grand Champion of the Ascension Arcadian Championship. I know all about you, upstart. You think yourself a babyface who brings change, but to me you are a heel who would tear down our traditions. That's right, you're nothing but a villain. If you are resolved to destroy the Arcadia as we know it, it is only that we meet, that you understand how it came to be. Listen well. It all began with the present's ancestor, the man who was a noble in the kingdom of Lindbergh, known for his love and patron of the theatric arts. When the storm surge came to a head, he was forced to flee his homeland, For years he wandered the endless waste, till in desperation he sought refuge here in the enemy nation of Alexandria. To his great surprise, the Alexandrians welcomed him with open arms, and in their sight of toiling hand in hand to build new lives, he saw a vision of an ancient paradise of myth, Arcadia. He longed to repay the kindness he had received, and at length found the answer in fighting contests people would enjoy in secret as a diversion. Using the riches he had brought with him, he created a new form of entertainment, one that blends thrilling fights and gripping theatrics. Thus the Arcadian was born. Alas, it did not endure in its original iteration. As survival grew more and more challenging, it became increasingly difficult to host matches. Eventually they ceased held altogether, and the Arcadian was all but forgotten. In the years past, the advancement of Electro brought stability, and the advent of soul technology a sense of security. For the first time in generations, Alexandrians experienced tedium. Wishing for the next provide the excitement they craved, the president revived the Arcadian and held matches to pit recreated simulacrum against one another. When people clamored for fiercer fights, he satisfied them by introducing the use of feral souls. In this way, the Arcadian rised up to become the premier form of entertainment in Alexandria and a pillar of our culture. This is the Arcadian's history, the legacy that lives on its sacred halls. This is what you seek to destroy. Pharaoh's souls are the very soul of we fighters. We shall not allow an outsider to dictate our culture and take them away from us. Hear, hear, all hail the tyrant, the one true king of the Arcadian. Pharaoh's souls obfuscate the true splendor of battle. Exactly. The more the spectacle, I want to see a real fight. That's where the excitement lies. You may have garnered attention for fighting unenhanced, but in the end you're nothing more than a heel, intended to create excitement. It is your fate to fall. Showy guy, isn't he? You saw for yourself, the tyrant is a force to be reckoned with, even without using a feral soul once more. As Grand Champion, he has free access to the soul repository. He can choose the best soul for each opponent. That makes it hard to offer advice. If only we knew what soul he'd use, we'd have something to work with. Anyway, let's get back to the gym. I'm anxious on how the return rescue mission went. Saucer and the others haven't returned yet. I hope they're all right. Yana! Niuna, thank goodness. I'm sorry, we weren't able to ask you Nitrope. Found Niuna in the reception hall, but there was no sign of Itrope, and no time to search for her. The kidnappers removed Itrope's regulator when they abducted us, and then they took her elsewhere. Removed her regulator. I know that's what they do when they immortalize. Come on, don't lose heart yet. Times like this, you gotta keep grooving. Have some tact, will you? We're talking about their sister. No, he's right. Now isn't the time to fear the worst. It's already a blessing that Niruna is safe and sound. Still, I doubt the president will sit idly by in response. I wonder what he might do next. You can rest easy on that front. We have a collaborator on the inside. Met him. Oh, so he is helping, or at least it appears to be. We approached him without expectation. We were pleasantly surprised when he agreed to help. He contrived to make it so the president doesn't learn of our foray in a hurry. Furthermore, Metom has an idea of where Etrop might be. He promised me he would see her safely returned. Metrum did all that. Perhaps I misjudged him. And we really trust him. I feel uneasy too, to be honest, but right now we don't have any choice but to trust him. Alright, I have some good news too. While I was locked away in the reception hall, I was able to gain access to the terminal and retrieve some useful information. That is the Tyrant's data. In his upcoming title match, he intends to use the soul of a behemoth. Netrum, that's amazing. Kari will have a much better chance thanks to you. I expect the preparation of the match will be finished soon, so let's head to the Arcadian. We can discuss the fight in detail there. It'll soon be over once Etrop has been freed and you'll become Grand Champion. No one will fight with feral souls again, and those afflicted with the Zicrone Corrosis can be cured. We're counting on you, Kari. We'll all be training for your triumph. That Palm wants to join you. Perhaps she still thinks Hector will be at the Arcadian. Maybe she wants to cheer Kari on as well. Let's bring her along, eh? And it comes to me. You'll be crowned Grand Champion. Everyone will be saved. You saved will all be there celebrating. The president is descended from Limbon nobility. It makes sense that he would know everything about the cure for psychochronosis. If you can defeat the tyrant, then we can save everyone. Anxious about the title match? You got this, baby. Just relax and enjoy yourself. Before you know it, you'll be dancing away your victory party. Arcadian is Alexandrian's biggest stage. I'm counting on your victory to make a dazzling comeback. Don't let me down or I'll have to sting you. We must trust Metrum to keep his word. You must fully focus on the title match. Become Grand Champion, Kari. Free all the souls in the respiratory. For Hector, not least all. Okay. Alright, let's make our way to Arcadian. Given the huge publicity surrounding the match, there's bound to be some fans along the way. Why not take a moment to talk with them? I expect they'll have some words of encouragement for you. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Okay. Youthful father, inspired youth. My son and I will be praying with victory with all of our hearts. I know you can do it. Beat the tyrant and become grand champion. When I grow up, I'm going to be a fighter like you. Then we can form a tag team together and teach the bad guys a lesson. Alright, I can't believe your heavyweight title match is already happening. I have every faith you'll win and usher in a new era for the Arcadian. Now that we are connected to the outside world, our society has begun to change. It's only natural that the Arcadian changes as well. I'll be cheering for you, Kari. The unstoppable Arstar is speaking to you. What an honor it is. Truth be told, I lost somebody dear in the recent attacks. But while I was wallowing in grief, I saw you facing your foes entirely unenhanced, and it gave me the courage to carry on. And I'm not the only one either. There are other of those like me inspired by your unfaltering figure in the ring. And to see you become Grand Champion would be the greatest inspiration of all. Hearing from the fans really fires you up, doesn't it? They inspire you as much as you inspire them. Come on, let's continue to the green room. Arcadian attendant. Alright. We've been awaiting your arrival, Kari. And this is... Who wants to cheer Kari on? Not a problem, is it? No, certainly not, if you would follow me. Iron Fist. Yana is ready to introduce you to the Grand Champion. And here we are, the heavyweight title match. I'm starting to feel a little nervous, I have to admit. Needs to want to find her master, just as Zara said. It's heartbreaking. Right, better focus. I suppose this will be the last time for us, but let's take a look at your opponent. The reigning Grand Champion of the Arcadian, the Tyrant. Prior to being a fighter, he was a peerless hunter renowned for his mastery of all weapons. In the ring, he wields an arsenal of arms, really switching between them as the situation demands. Based on the information Netrum found, he'll be using a Soul of Behemoth, a fell beast possessing terrible strength and magic. In addition to powerful attacks, he'll unleash devastating whirlwinds and meteors. More than ever, you'll have to take care. Now go out there and win one last time. Claim the title and usher in a new era for the Arcadian. One where lives aren't sacrificed for entertainment. M3 now accessible. Okay, need just a moment before we hop in. All right, let's do this. All right. Iron Fist, the Tyrant.
At long last, the decisive match against the Grand Champion! Will the challenger triumph and seize the tyrant's throne? First, I shall take your measure. Show me your footwork. Once again, they slip beyond their opponent's reach.
Probably going to be in.
A direct hit, but they're still standing. How about this?
This cross.
Another attack evaded with a plum.
Sword is X.
Behold, the essence of martial mastery. Absolute brutality! The champion's power is unmatched. There is much more to come.
Marshal must.
Absolute brutality! The champion's power is unmatched!
There is much more to come.
Oh, the challengers holding their own.
It has been a long time since I've enjoyed myself so.
Oh, it's tyranny time, folks! He knows no mercy, and he's never tasted defeat! Oh, hurrah! What fighting spirit!
No more holding back. Prepare yourself, unenhanced warrior.
I beg your pardon. What is he going to do with all those weapons? Such ferocity! The champion is ruthless indeed!
My reign is absolute. I will not lose.
The tyrant altered his form. He looks even more tyrannical than before.
Know the folly of challenging me unenhanced. I will not yield my throne.
What a display of power! He unleashed the full might of the behemoth!
Now fall.
Oh, he split the ring in half. Going to need urgent repairs. And they're back in action. Can they turn the tide?
Oh.
Oh dear, the challengers all have 3.
Oh, okay.
And now he's quivering. What absurd strength! Ahem. The ring shall presently be restored.
Yeah, I have a feeling we're kind of shot there. I think I understand the whole stage thing now.
The power of feral souls makes the Arcadian what it is. At long last, the decisive match against the Grand Champion! Wield the challenge to triumph and seize the tyrant's throne! First, I shall take your measure. Show me your football. Once again, they slip beyond their opponent's reach. Another attack evaded with a bomb. How about this? Behold, the essence of martial must. Absolute brutality! The champion's power is unmatched! There is much more to come.
Over here. And away.
Oh, the challengers holding their own. It has been a long time since I've enjoyed myself so. Oh, it's tyranny time, folks. He knows no mercy, and he's never tasted defeat.
We'll see. We'll see.
Know the folly of challenging me unenhanced.
Okay.
At long last, the decisive match against the Grand Champion! Will the challenger triumph and seize the tyrant's throne?
First, I shall take your measure. Show me your footwork.
Oh, even I felt that. Can't afford to be careless now. Once again, they slip beyond their opponent's reach.
How about this?
Another attack evaded with a bomb.
Behold, the essence of martial mastery.
Absolute brutality! The champion's power is unmatched.
There is much more to come.
challengers holding their own.
It has been a long time since I've enjoyed myself so.
Oh, it's tyranny time, folks. He knows no mercy, and he's never tasted defeat.
No more holding back. Prepare yourself, unenhanced warrior.
I beg your pardon. What is he going to do with all those weapons? Such ferocity! The champion is ruthless indeed!
My reign is absolute. I will not lose.
The tyrant altered his form! He looks even more tyrannical than before!
Know the folly of challenging me unenhanced. I will not yield my throne.
What a display of power! He's unleashed the full might of the behemoth!
Now fall.
Oh, he split the ring in half. Going to need urgent repairs. They're up! The fighting spirit!
Yeah, both healers got thrown off again. Okay. Yeah, without any healers, we don't have a chance.
The power of feral souls makes the Arcadian what it is.
Yeah, I could sort of tell that he was... Now I'm starting to be able to read it a little bit better, which helps a little bit.
At long last, the decisive match against the Grand Champion! Will the challenger triumph and seize the tyrant's throne?
First, I shall take your measure. Show me your footwork.
Once again, they slip beyond their opponent's reach. Another attack evaded with a bomb.
How about this? Behold, the essence of martial mastery.
Absolute brutality! The champion's power is unmatched!
There is much more to come.
Oh, the challenger's holding their own.
It has been a long time since I've enjoyed myself so.
And here we go.
Reign is absolute. I will not lose.
The tyrant altered his form. He looks even more tyrannical than before.
Know the folly of challenging me unenhanced. I will not yield my throne.
What a display of power! He's unleashed the full might of the behemoth!
Now, fall.
Oh, he split the ring in half. Going to need urgent repairs.
Try this.
And now he's thrown the ring. What absurd strength! Ahem. The ring shall presently be restored. Oh, 'tis a clash between fellow pride and mortal resolve. Either side could come out on top.
The power of feral souls makes the Arcadian what it is.
All right, now we're at it. All right, now we're picking it up here. Oh, that's gonna do something to Savage differently. That's definitely for sure. And that, as we say, is that. The question is, what is this leading up to?
It's all over. Until next time.
We are the champions. Almost 6 hours going into this, jeez. As it is 1 p.m. Aaron has disposed the tyrant and raised up his grand champion. Oh, what brings the referee out now? I am pleased to see I was not mistaken about you. That voice, it's the president. None other, though obviously this is not my true form. I am in my quarters on the utmost floor. Deal. Tell us where the drop of life is. It is here with me. Come. I shall give it to you. You have earned a personal audience. Drop of life. I haven't the faintest what this is about, but I better take a camera to capture these events. This is a strange place, isn't it? What the hell? What is that? What is that monstrosity? The Lindworm. The legendary serpent of Eld and the namesake of my homeland. By infusing myself with its soul, I have come to assume this form. The present has become this terrifying creature? Why, those people there, they're the immortalized. Etrope. Why is she? You promised you would save her. I'm truly sorry, but it seems he was one step ahead of us. You have served me well, Midtum. I have long been aware of your duplicity. Right behind me are all the fighters that have been immortalized. With each feral transformation, their souls were ravaged until they ultimately met their demise. A pitiful fate. They shall make for a fitting audience for the final act here in this fateful recreated Limbund Theater. Use the bodies of departed as decorations. This is pure depravity. People of Alexandria, in my mission to bring you even more thrilling entertainment, I have given my very body and soul. I have acquired the power of the mindly Lithworm, and thus sought to create fighters who could offer me fierce contest. Alas, all died prematurely, taken by a soul-consuming affliction. But they may last no peace, for the one I have long awaited has appeared. With the actors fully assembled, the greatest show in the Arcadians' history may finally begin. In feverish highs, shall all sorrows and tedium be swept away. This is unconscionable! How could the President do such things simply for entertainment? Unenhanced warrior, know that you've merely become heavyweight champion. If you wish to be crowned true Grand Champion, you must now defeat me. I'll defeat you, don't you worry. That is the spirit. See to it that you spare no preparation. Nothing short of perfection will suffice for our performance. Shocking truth has been revealed and the final match is set. How will this harrowing tale conclude? I think all the fighters were dying using feral souls. It's because we wanted thrills. Arcadian was my escape, but if I knew the price for it. This is the way it is. Our only hope for this unstoppable upstart to win. That's right. Let's all cheer her on against this evil president. Trope. Well, this is it. You too, Electrope, not you too. Glory incarnate. Yana is beside herself with grief. Deep down, I feared we might be too late. I've steeled myself for the worst, but the reality was too much to bear. When I saw how the president had exploited my sister and all those, I tried to use a feral soul without thinking. I wanted nothing more than to fight with you, but I know I'd only be holding you back, and I'd be a fool to be tempting fate again with a feral soul. In his twisted mind, the president might think this is just a show, but to me this is a reckoning. For Etrope and all the fallen fighters, bring that monster to justice, Kari. Okay, this is it. I have no idea what to expect in this final confrontation, but we'll see here. All right, let's do this.
It's the shocking true face of the villainous president, the mighty serpent of yore, the Lindworm!
Glory incarnate, the Lindworm.
Never had a choice, never let the ops win. Calm them nerves, got the whole world watching. Ready, set, go, ready, no stopping. Light it up. Heart is pounding out my chest, the blood boils inside of me. Looking at the walls around me, closing in. I think, what's it gonna be? Never.
The president must pay for his crimes. Give him what for, champion!
Wow. Oh. I wasn't expecting that. Ow.
Watch out! That is one cruel coil.
Alright. Not this time.
A direct hit, but they're still standing.
Barrel fissure.
His arms are snaking round the ring. What's
Huh. Okay, I see. Yeah, I was afraid that was gonna happen.
And they're back in action. Can they turn the tide? What fighting spirit!
All right. Heck.
Another attack evaded with a bomb.
Ah, that was a mistake on my part.
Can they recover from this? They've been struck with venom, but they can weather it. They
Fixer. Actually, yep, the little shriek thing again. Thank God, disgusting, you know.
What the? Could the Lindworm's regeneration be out of control? The Lindworm's completely healed. What outrageous regenerative power!
Well, this is disturbing. There we go.
Unbelievable! The champion's done it! The president has been defeated!
I don't know. Something feels off. You did it, Kari, just as I thought you would. Now, tell us where the drop of life is. We won't allow anyone else to die. Now, what you see lies before you. The aether wielded by the limworm's heart is the simulant for the regeneration factor. Now set aside your grief for Etrop and the other fighters that have not perished. Everyone can be saved, everyone except the President. What? Everything has been part of the President's plan to produce a cure for the psychosis. What, this was his plan all along? When the first fighter was diagnosed with the disease, the President was utterly shaken. He cursed himself forever, introducing the use of feral souls. Determined to find a cure, he turned to the treasure that had been passed through his line, the egg of the lindworm, a creature known for its phenomenal regenerative abilities. After much experimentation, he ultimately extracted the soul of the unborn beast and took it upon himself. And though he transformed into a monstrous possession of prenatal regeneration, he sadly could not use the power to heal others. To make matters worse, the power meant he was forever locked in this serpentine form, though was forced to confine himself to the mausoleum. For a small blessing, his regulator still allowed him control over the Arcadian's devices so he could operate machinery. That's how he was able to make contact with me and convey his intention, to sacrifice himself and have the cure made from his heart. Alas, the lindworm was too powerful. Even the tyrant proved no match, and the Arcadian remained in operation. The search continued for a warrior capable of defeating him. Those fighters who developed psychochronosis had to be retired and put into a deep sleep, a cold stasis to keep the disease at bay until they could be cured. It was for this reason that Etrope was kidnapped. The president laminated subjecting more souls to the disease, but for wanting a solution, he could only press on with his plan. That's the truth. Why didn't you just tell us? The president is nothing if not a showman, dedicated to his regrets, his desire for atonement, and indeed his very life, to bring greatest thrills to the masses. In doing so, he would promote the fiercest fighting competition to give rise to ever stronger fighters, one who he hoped would rise up to challenge him. It was to keep the competition running, and the disease was kept secret. And through many fighters showing promise, it seems that none would ever transcend the tyrant. Until you appeared. From the moment he saw you, the president was certain you would be the one to defeat him. All he needed to do was spur you on. By doing so, he casted you as a rebel who would tear down the Arcadian, and even himself, as the greatest heel it has ever known. Man couldn't help but turn everything into a spectacle. It's so absurd, one can't help but admire it. The entire time we've been puppets in the president's play. Regenerated again? Confound it, he's already recovered. We'll help too. It's no good. Everyone listen up. Fruit Bomber? Where did he come from? West Kid, wait. I need to channel all my ETH. Use it, Kari, our combined power! kick! Falcon kick! We need to finish him now. Fought well, champion. Leave the rest to us. President confined us long ago. We've been acting according to his instructions. It was my duty to serve as the Challenger's final test. And to ensure their hands would not be sullied. It was the battle of a lifetime, even without feral souls. The Arcanian's future is bright. Hector, I thought you were gone, that you died after becoming that fiend. I thought the same, but I woke up and I was myself again. Leon explained everything after that. The president giving a less potent soul for the bout. As people restored me back to normal. I've been resting in the Arcanian's infirmary ever since, but when I saw what was happening on the broadcast, something could keep me from coming here to help. I might have pushed myself a little too hard. I forgot I had this little disease. We were right that we should move everybody to the infirmary immediately and have the cure created. I shall personally tend to the matter from here. Every soul will be saved. I give you my word. I have to say, I'm a bit miffed that Brute stole the spotlight, but I'm glad everybody is safe. Trying not to encourage the veteran dancer. He's already insufferably smug as it is. I had a feeling it'd play out like this. For all his quirks, I knew the old man couldn't have truly been a villain. Watched the broadcast from start to finish. You were absolutely amazing, Kari. Though it's taken some time, you've inspired me to change my views towards souls. Like Yana, I've decided to remove my regulator as well. By the way, some people from the Arcania dropped by earlier to apologize for the President's deception, help fix up the gym. Been a whirlwind of events, but the worst seems to be over. All that remains is to pray that everybody is cured. Sometime later. I am pleased to say the treatment was effective. Everyone has made a full recovery from the psychochronosis. Symptoms are completely gone. I feel like myself again thanks to the cure, and is, of course, to you as well, Kari. Yeah, it told me all. Words do not suffice to show my gratitude, but please accept my thanks. Yeah, mine too. I owe you one. That's the most I expect out of him, so... Before setting off for their homes, the heavyweight fighters and those who were in stasis also expressed their heartfelt gratitude for you. I would not be remiss to do the same. Thank you, Kari. Meanwhile, I must apologize to everyone. Though it was to conceal the President's plan, it remains the fact that I deceived you. I am truly sorry. And here I thought you were the true mastermind. Me, the mastermind? You give me too much credit. I have not the imagination to conceive of such an audacious plan. That said, I did work behind the scenes to ensure all went according to script. In light of that, perhaps I could be considered the mastermind. In the end, everything is as the President had hoped. Wherever he is now, I too would doubtless he'd be overjoyed. Sacrificed himself to save us all. Another debt I could never repay. The President actually had one last wish. For those who still bear the love for the Arcadian, and even after continue to fight and bring excitement to the fans. Get us all figured out, as if we were still dancing in the palm of his hand. Lest you've wondered, I've arranged for the souls in the repository to be set free as you desired. Never again shall feral souls be wielded in the Arcadian. From now, matches will only be fought between unenhanced warriors. The upstart's revolution was a success. This means, however, that there are none present who could offer you contests until our fighters have been strong enough. I'm afraid we won't have any matches for you. I'm sure that day will come soon. I think I speak for everyone when I say I'd love to face you unenhanced. I won't stop training until I'm ready. Now then, there is a crowning ceremony for the new Grand Champion. Naturally, it can't begin without you, so pray come to the green room at your earliest convenience. All right. Time to wrap up this story. We're almost at 6.5 hours. Wow, I think that's the longest stream I've done in a very long time. Actually, I think it comes pretty close to being the longest stream I've ever done. Ceremony will be held in the very ring we fought. Wasn't all that long ago, yet it feels like an age. But come, everyone's already waiting. Be sure you're dressed for the occasion, because all of Alexandria will be watching. Yeah, this is fine. My fellow citizens, we have gathered to recognize a new grand champion in the Arcadian, an unstoppable force of nature who tore through every obstacle in her path. Please join me in welcoming this radiant star to the stage. The woman who's boldly ushered in a revolutionary, yet unenhanced, yet undefeated queen of the Arcadian, Karia Zirasol! Thus, the tournament arc comes to a conclusion. Hold it right there. Martha, you're the grand champion. I refuse to accept it. Oh my, the brute bomber has barged into Carrie's ceremony again. Does this man never learn? I demand a rematch, just you and me, unenhanced. Not so fast. Watching you get aside by Kari would be entertaining, but I'll be your opponent. Black Cat has leapt into the ring. I dare say this should be an even match. President is no longer with us. It falls to me, my humble self, to authorize matches. And on this occasion, I am pleased to approve the impromptu expedition. Let this clash the Christian, the Arcadian's rebirth. She's the claw that gleams in revolutionary shadow, the rebel that prowls the dark, Black Cat. And he is the man who's been to hell and lived to tell the tale, the incorrigible, reprehensible brute bomber. So it ends where we began. I did it. I beat the brute bomber. Sorry for spoiling your moment with that charade, but I wanted to kick off the new era of the Arcadia with a bang. Medium came up with it last-minute script, and I agreed to join in. Retired fighters have been returning as well, eager to fight in unenhanced matches. We're going to do our best to keep the Arcadian exciting. And though you may have noticed, everyone's decided to remove their regulators, because we won't be needing the souls anymore, feral or otherwise. Meanwhile, since you have no equal, you've been granted the title of Internal Grand Champion and entered into the Hall of Fame. You're already a legend, basically. Now then, though you may not be able to fight, we still love to see you. Don't be a stranger and drop by the gym or the green room from time to time. I have to admit, we played as much as we played into the President's hands from the start. It was because you were the protagonist of his script that we brought this tale to a happy conclusion. We couldn't have done it without you, our enhanced Grand Champion, so please allow me to thank you again. We are forever in your debt. And that, as we say, is that. Well, that was the Arcadian. Now, it was fun. It was a fun little romp. It's, I don't know how I feel about the actual conclusion, how the story of it played out, but I can't say that it wasn't a bad raid series in terms of just being bombastic fights and crazy wrestling shenanigans that worked actually a lot better than I thought it was originally going to when they first announced the thing. With that being said, that's all that we're doing for right now. I am going to start concluding the stream for today. We do plan to stream again tonight when I have the raid group with me. We're going to do the Arcadian normal mode again. And with that, it'll be a little bit more off the cuff and all that, like you would expect from the usual raid streams that we have. So let's go ahead and make our way back to the studio now. Well, I thank you for joining me today on this extended stream here through both the 7.4 main scenario as well as the Arcadian raid. As I said, we'll be back tonight with some more of the Arcadian raid with the 14 raid group. And we'll start our shenanigans all over again as we look forward to the Savage tier and return to the Final Fantasy 14 raid nights in January. So, let me just check one thing real quick. Okay. We're going to just go ahead and conclude here. With that being said, thank you for joining me in the Nexus of Realms as always, and we'll see you next time.